And we're live. Well, mostly. Howdy, everybody. Good to see everybody. Sound should be okay, I hope. Showing everything green on the board here, so let's get started. Seems like Gerald Stewart was the first one in here. So, Gerald, you get the cookie. Now, Santa Stewart was technically the second person in here, but since that's Gerald's alias, he doesn't get to have cookie. Java 117, though, he was the third one in, right after Santa, so he gets to have cookie. Now, if you're wondering why you don't see this on your board, as near as I can tell, in order to get rid of that stupid heart, I should have got rid of it before anybody got on the chat. Because when I took it off, it reset the chat. Fortunately, I write notes, and so I knew I actually got in first. So anyway, good to see you guys. Now let's go on with the rest. We got Wigwag Workshop. Steven, how's it going? Thomas Moore's Lionel Trains. Thomas, good to see you. We got Hot Dog Pilot Andy. Hey, Andy, how's it going? We got Thomas Grassy. Tom, how's it going? Good to see you here. Let's see what we got. Anfield Road Layout in the Loft. Good to see you, Lee. Good that you're here. We got Train Man 1. Good to see you, Train Man. And who else we got here? We have Mom and Son Train Rail fans, Tammy and Ray. Good to see y'all too. Let's see, who else? Oh, Joe Rader, Black Rock Central Railroad. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Good to see you. We have Derek Alexander. What's that, Derek? I'm going to change my channel name to Wigwag1 so I can steal the cookies. All right, well, good luck with that one. Oh, by the way, let me raise this a little bit here. Or not. Wrong one. There we go. Hey, there's always something going on with this stuff. Alrighty, let's see what else we got here. Curly Express. Hey, Dwight, how's it going? Tuna can or tuna fish or whatever the hell they call you now. Nowadays, I can keep track of it. Don't really know what that's about, but it sounds funny. Gerald says the sound is 5x5. That's good. Perfect sound. We like that. Container Man 68. Hey, Roy. Roy wants to know, is that a real cookie or a virtual cookie? Yeah, unfortunately, it's a virtual cookie. Ain't no way I get you a real one. Otherwise, I would, believe me. Hey, we have Stormy Sky Real Productions. Good to see you, Stormy. I'm not sure which one you are, but hi nevertheless. We have Schuylkill River Valley. John, how's it going? And who else do we have here? Sparky 107. Sparky, how's it going, man? Good to see you in here. Let's see. Did I miss anybody here? I don't think. Maybe. Let's see. Anybody else? That should be everybody. You know the routine. If I missed you, if you could find me and catch me, which wouldn't be too hard, you could smack me in the back of the head for forgetting your name. Anyway, we got a few new things going on here. It's been a crazy week. Been a lot of storms, so there's a storm out there now. It's close by, so there's always a possibility I could lose the electric. If I do, just hang in there. Wait for it to come back on and get back online if possible. If I don't get back online, you know we had a massive power failure. Now hopefully that doesn't happen. So what have I been doing? Well, I literally spent the last week trying to print something, and I've had a tough time. I finally got it figured out. It's been really crazy. Hey, Ray Bertelson, how's it going? Good to see you. What's that, Ray? Hi, Jim Gage is checking in, going to have dinner. Well, that's cool. Enjoy your dinner with your mom. That's cool. Okay, Joe says, okay, wait a minute. Joe says, okay, dinner done, now I can pay attention. You mean you have enough money to pay attention? Hell, I'm so poor, I can't even pay attention. You all heard that one before, right? Gerald says, Jim, Raisin River should get the half cookie. Java 117 is, oh, come on, really? Nah, that can't be, is it? I don't know, I think you guys are pulling my chain. Yeah, y'all can figure it out amongst yourself. I ain't gonna get into it. Anyway, Gerald, speaking of which, he sent me a file to print a 3D submarine. Now, I know a lot of you guys probably remember 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. That was an old Disney movie. Well, the bad guy, I guess he was the bad guy, he had a submarine he called the Nautilus. So Gerald thought it'd be really cool to 3D print a Nautilus and put it on a flat car as a load. So that's exactly what I did. Now, I had to blow it up, and this is only half of it, because there's no way to print it with it in its horizontal position. I tried different ways, and I would try slicing it down the center and doing it that way, but the only way you could realistically do it was to cut it in half and stand it up and print it. So this is actually the front half of it. I got to clean it up a little bit, but I'm printing the back half now. You can see just over my other shoulder. That's the rear half being printed. It's going to take a couple hours. But then once it's printed, I'll glue these two together and I'll have an actual Nautilus submarine. It was a tough file, but I figured it out. So, thanks again for that, Gerald. Appreciate it, and I'll get her done. Let's see what else we got going here. Thomas says Gerald has 2 channels. I imagine he does. Oh yeah, I guess he does, because one is Santa Stewart and the other one's Gerald. But I'm pretty sure he's pulling my chain on the Java one. But who knows, he might be. River Raisin Trains. Hey Rick, how's it going? Good to see you. So Derek says, Big Jim, it's good that Gerald has 3 channels. It means he can subscribe to you 3 times. I guess he could, huh? And you know the help I can get. No biggie, right? Oh, thanks, Gerald. I appreciate that. Like I said, I had so many disasters, you know, and finally I got to cut it in half and print it down. It's the only way it can be done. Yes, Andy, it's the Nautilus. John says, I am Joe. Okay, I'll take your word for it then. So, I don't even want to know why. I have a tough enough time with one channel name, let alone 2. Well, I actually have 3 myself. I have this one here, which is Jim Tedesco, and then I have 2 separate ones on Rumble. One for the Wise Guy, which is Jim 13A, and one for the Millennium County, which is Millennium County Railroad. So it gets a little confusing, I'll tell you. Gerald says 3 subs, 3 likes. Yeah, it works for me. And he says I'm Spartacus. You be whatever you want, man. No problem. So, I'm doing that. Meanwhile, I finally got Les's stuff. Les down in Australia. He contracted me to make some gondolas for him, some scrap loads, a signal bridge for 3 tracks, and the truck chassis loads. It literally took me 2 weeks to do all that. You know, everything was pretty well. I already had the files for that I had already made, but the The signal bridge, I had to kind of do that from scratch for the most part. So it took a little bit of time to get the dimensions right and then semi-assemble it, get it all boxed up. And actually that went out in the mail this morning, so that's done and out of the way. And on the other printer, which you can't see right now, but I'm printing a scrap load. I've got 2 to make for Georgia Sunbelt Anthony, and they had to be specific size too. And the funny thing I realized with this, and I really wouldn't have thought until I actually looked at it, because I measured, he gave me measurements for his, he had a Walther's gondola. And he gave me the dimensions for it. Well, I had a couple of mine, they're not Walther's, these are scale trains. And we have 2 of them here, we have the CN and we have the Burlington. And these are different sizes. Not by much. This one I believe is, I can't see it now, but they said it was 59.4 inches long. And this one here is 59.6 inches long. You know, in scale. So I'm thinking, I just assumed they were 60 footers, right? Apparently not. So I had, of course, resized the scrap loads to fit his, and realized that if I wanted to put them even in mine, I'd have to make 2 different sizes to get a decent fit on it. You learn something new every day. So and each one of those takes 4 hours to print. Thomas Moore says, Jim, I do have a 1933 Atlantic Coastline Railroad spike. Now, ACL, that's here in Florida, isn't it? I think. That's pretty cool. Oh, you're welcome, Andy. My pleasure, man. I hope you get some use out of it. You know, it got there really fast, Andy. I think it only took like 3 or 4 days to get there. I was really surprised. And, you know, and it was amazingly cheap to ship it. I mean, it really was, considering. Let's see. Derek says, I'm Spartacus. Oh, you're going to have to fight with Andy on that one. I'm not touching that. So Joe says, so whose model is right? Apparently none of them. I don't know. I mean, in real life, they probably do come in slightly different sizes, depending upon who manufactured it, I would guess. I don't really know. I just assumed. And you know what happens when you assume, right? But I think, well, it looks like a 60-footer. But they're actually shorter than the one I built. The one I built is actually 60 foot. You know, in scale feet. But these apparently not. So, go figure. I don't get it. But we talked about this before, that in our hobby especially, the scales are never right. I mean, you know, supposed to be 187 for everything, but it really truly isn't, you know. And then there's going to be some differences in it based on the manufacturer and whatever ruler they use. I remember a lot of this shit comes out of China. Who knows what the hell they use for a ruler, right? Derek said, Andy, no, I was joining you in the I'm Spartacus scene where each person said they were Spartacus. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I haven't seen that movie in probably 30 years, you know. I think I watched the HBO one. That was pretty good. That was a little more explicit, but probably more accurate than the G-rated one they made in the 50s or whenever they made it. Still a good show, though. Let's see. Thomas says the ACL Railroad Spike is an antique. It's from Florida. I figured that was from Florida. That's cool. Rick says, my rotary gondolas from Lino and MTH are two different sizes from the two different manufacturers. See? That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's probably not really a set size. Yeah, well, the movie mimicked, well, I should say the series mimicked the movie, but I saw the movie too a long time ago. I vaguely remember that scene, though. There it says, I'm Chief Inspector Jacques Clouseau. Does your dog bite? He has teeth, don't he? That's that one. I can never remember the whole thing, but it starts out, it's in the school. And the commentator, he's hiding around the corner. He says, we watch carefully. Any minute now. It's Jacques Custodian. And it goes on from there, and I can't remember the rest. Funny as shit, always stuck with me. Heard that probably 50 years ago. Well, probably closer to 40, but still, it was weird. Sparky says, I am Batman. Okay. Joe says, should be like Ather and make one body style for every 49-foot boxcar, 50-foot, and caboose just to change the road name. Well, that would make more sense, wouldn't it? But they can't make money that way. Plus, it throws you off, you know. Gerald, so that's like Overton old-time passenger cars. They had 34, 40, 50, and 60 footers. I was not aware of that. A 34 is pretty short. Still, you know, like I said, a lot of things I don't know about, you know, the railroad world that I'm still learning. So anyway, yeah, I spent literally the whole week messing around with this Nautilus submarine. I finally got it. Actually, I started printing it yesterday. The front half takes a little over, almost 4 hours. About halfway through it, I get a brownout. Well, I had one, but it went bad. One of the auxiliary battery backup things for the printers. It took a shit because they always do unless you buy a real expensive one. So that split second where the power not quite went out, but almost knocked both my printers offline. Well, it was raining like it was a literal torrential downpour outside. There's no way I'm going to run over here and get drenched or struck by lightning. So I says, well, when the rain quits, I'll go over to reset the printers. Well, that wasn't a good idea because what happens is once the heat bed or build plate, once it cools down, it no longer holds the work in place. So when I restarted the printer will actually pick up where it left off in the event of a power out. But it started moving the whole work around, so I had to just cancel it and literally throw the work away when it was over halfway done. I did that on that, and also did it on the scrap load I was working on for Georgia Sunbelt, Anthony. So I probably at some point need to get another battery backup for that. It's always a good idea if you're 3D printing. I don't know how the resin printers were. I'm sure they can do the same thing where they can pick up where they left off in case of power interruption. So you really need one of those things. But it doesn't pay to buy a cheap one. I think I bought a 400 watt model, which, you know, it's pretty good size. Has 6 outlets on it. Three for the backup and 3 for just lightning arrestor on it. But I should have bought a bigger one. So I'm going to have to probably invest in one at some point because, I mean, especially if you're actually doing a print that takes multiple days. Can you imagine like you're into a 2.5 day print and you got an hour left and the damn power goes off for a split second and ruins your work? That's not good. So just the little ones were all on the passenger car. Yeah, I imagine they were. Joe Rader said, just bought 9 chassis cabooses that are Athearn. None of them are correct body style. Well, that's nice. Hope you got a good price on them, right? Gerald says, I would kill for a good rain. Well, you need to move here then. It rains every fucking day. I mean, seriously. It's bad, you know? But we get these torrential downpours. I mean, I don't get any flooding here at all. You know, even when the hurricane came through, we had no flooding. But some areas north of here, and up there where Tom's Trains and things where he lives, they had some localized flooding there. He wasn't flooded, but a lot of the houses were. You know, there was somewhere the water actually got up into the houses. So here we've been really lucky, but it's weird. You like you said, you can probably get 2 inches of rain literally here, and an hour later it's bone dry. I mean, the ground just soaks it right up. It's weird. Good thing though, I guess. Hey, DWM Trains, Dave, how's it going? Good to see you here. Oh no, Thomas says, I seen a trans girl working for a lawn care company. Not going there. That's where he says, Thomas, you just have to start, eh? We're not going there today. I'm lucky I didn't get in any trouble last week for all the shit we were talking about. I really kind of half expected to get at least a warning. You know, knock wood, nothing happened, so maybe they just weren't paying attention. But we got to be careful what we talk about here. Yes, it is, Roy. It is hurricane season. It starts, I think, June 30th, maybe. Maybe it's June 1st. I don't remember, and it doesn't end until November 30th. We've been lucky so far, although the news, they're doing their usual fear porn. Oh, there's 3 potential systems in the Atlantic Basin. And look on the map and I'm going, there ain't nothing there. You know, I'm looking at the cloud formations and patterns. I'm looking at the rain for the radar, you know, and there's nothing there. Literally, the Atlantic is clear. I don't know what the hell they're talking about, if it's wishful thinking or what. But right now, there's nothing there. That's not to say that something won't happen, but, you know, we just have to wait and see. But that was one of the reasons why I moved up here, too, because I'm literally dead center in the state of Florida. So even if it hits the Atlantic side, the east side, east coast, by the time it gets here, it should pretty well calm down. Or the same with the Gulf. If it hits in the Gulf, by the time it gets here, it's pretty well calmed down. So hopefully, you know. But that's the way it's been, so I'm counting on that, because I'd be in a lot of trouble. We really got a bad hurricane here, probably. Joe, so I was looking at 1,500 mAh UPSs on Amazon. Around $350 a year ago. Yeah, they're expensive. That's a big one, though. I got the one I got in the main house on my computer, I think that's a 1,000. And I paid a little over $200 for that. And I bought that 3 years ago. It's been good so far. It's a nice one, you know, but it takes care of my computer, the monitor, all the peripherals, printer, and all that other stuff. So mostly for lightning protection, but it's also got the backup. Now it'll hold my computer and monitor on for about 15 to 18 minutes, and then it automatically winds down the computer and shuts it down. So that's cool. You know, I don't have anything on this computer here, but you know, I should. But I just don't have a lot of money for a lot of this stuff anymore. Let's see. Tom Grass says, Jim, my entire house is on battery backup system. I never lose power. Well, yeah, because you got solar power in the battery bank. He says, I have some APC 1500 UPS units in storage. If you would like, yeah, get with me. I'll find out what you want for them. And I'd definitely be interested. So at least for the printers anyway. I mean, eventually I'd like to get something for the computer too, just to protect it. Thomas Moore says where Jim is at, he gets, well, you get hurricanes everywhere. It doesn't, doesn't matter where the hell you go in the country, Anywhere on the East Coast, there's a potential for hurricane. When I was a kid, we never heard about hurricanes hitting up in New York, New Jersey, the New England states. Now they're commonplace, Is it climate change? Who knows? I think a lot of these storms are, well, I won't say they're made, but I think they're being manipulated. And I understand that we have the technology to steer them to a certain point. We're not real good at it, because if we were, I think you'd see a lot more destruction. But you're seeing a lot of weird shit going on with hurricanes these days, doing loop-de-loops. Hey, hurricanes don't do that, They pretty much come up from Africa at the far end. They travel usually either straight west or west-northwest, and at some point curve upward and go north, and usually dissipate in the middle of the Atlantic somewhere once they get past, our southern area. You're not seeing that anymore. Now you're seeing the things going all over the damn place, like somebody's trying to steer them. Is it a conspiracy theory? Maybe, but, prove me wrong, right? Thomas, did she have her stick in her hand? Not going there. Sparky said, Container Man, Roy, that was a rake. Yeah, it could have been. No, it was a lawn trowel. Could have been. Thomas says, Container Man, I'm not going there. Thank God. Please don't. Derek said if it was a railroad spike, Thomas would have grabbed it, LOA. I probably would have, right? Oh, man. Hey, Trevorton Junction. How you doing? Good to see you here. Hope you guys are hitting the like button. Thumbs up. Yeah, so far, so good. Still a few behind, though. Got 26 watching and 21 thumbs up. So, come on, guys. Smash that button. Shoot it, beat it with a hammer, do whatever you want with it, but just hit it. Hey, Crazy Caleb's ice cream truck. How you doing, Caleb? Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a long time, man. A very long time. What's been going on with you? And who else we got here? We got the plumber. Hey, plumber, how's it going? Good to see you. Good to see people that don't always come in here too much. Plumber says, whoop. Yeah, there you go. I'm not too far behind today. I'm doing pretty good so far. Roy wants to know, Thomas, did you say trans girl? I want you to know how he knew it was a trans girl. Did he ask her look? You can usually tell, Roy. Oh, nowadays it's getting tougher and tougher. It's a little scary. That's why I said, thank God I'm married. I would not want to be on the dating scene today. I mean, how would you handle that? Prospective date before you go out and say, all right, drop them britches, let's see what the hell's going on under there, One or two things are going to happen. Either she or him are going to comply, or they're going to beat the hell out of you. It could go either way. Okay, nothing much. Well, that's good. I'm doing fine. As a matter of fact, everybody here should be doing okay, I'd imagine. Sparky says, Roy, you should just ask for the address and go see. Yeah, it's getting a little weird out there, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Tom Stranger Things. Hey, Tom, how's it going? He'll be listening while you're working. That's cool. So, I really didn't get shit done this week. Not really. I mean, other than the 3D stuff, but I'm still waiting. I don't know what happened with the piano wire I ordered from eBay for my crossing. It hasn't got here yet. I don't know what's going on. I haven't even got. I'm gonna have to reorder it because I don't even have a tracking number. I don't know what's going on with it. It could be a rant, but it's not going to be. I have something different for a rant. Gerald says, do the Crocodile Dundee crotch check. Same thing now. One of two things can happen. You might get a smile, or you might get the shit kicked out of you. I mean, it could go either way, you know. And he said, Stuart, it's a guy. That's where it's confusing, too, you know. Now, a trans woman is a guy pretending to be a woman, right? And a trans man is a woman pretending to be a guy, I think. It's very confusing, you know. Why don't you just say you're a pretend guy or a pretend girl, then we'll know what the hell is really going on. This whole trans shit, it's a little confusing. Just my opinion, you know. Thomas says, I'm not touching that, Joe. I wouldn't either, believe me. Hey, Dave BNSF Henskill, how's it going, Dave? Good to see you here. Hey. A strapping dick to me. Oh, man, my sides are going to be hurting tonight. I can see it already. Everybody should just ask. It's still risky, though, Roy. You know. Derek says, Big Jim, the mob needed the wire for something. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that trans man or trans woman, whatever the hell it was, needed it for something. Okay, who knows? That's that. People get a gender change. You know, you can't change your gender. I don't care what anybody says. If you're born with a you know what, you're a guy. If you're born with the other thing, you're a woman, and that's all there is to it. You can pretend to be anything you want. But in reality, you're going to be whatever you were born with. End the subject, you know. And I don't care. If you want to play pretend with yourself, knock yourself out. But I'm not playing pretend with you. Plain and simple. I'm not doing it. I don't give a shit. If they get pissed off, well, that's their problem. You know, if they want to get stupid about it, well, there's a good probability they may take a bullet. You know, it's all on them. You know, if you go to attack me, well, I have no choice but to defend myself, right? I can see now I won't be getting much done tonight. Why not, Tom? Are you going to be laughing your sides out too, or what? Caleb said, Jim, trans stuff is weird. Either you're born a man or a girl, and that will. Oh, exactly. It just simply won't, you know. And like I said, you can do whatever the hell you want. I mean, there are people that identify as toasters. And now I guess the new thing now among the Gen Zers, hey, them kids are weird, man. A lot of them are identifying as minotaurs. You know, half man, half horse, or half bull, whatever the hell they are. What the hell is wrong with these people? You know? Dave says, don't pick them up in the bar, grocery store, church, much safer. Maybe. From what I understand, they're infiltrating all those places, too. It's not safe anymore. You know what we're going to have to do pretty soon? We're going to have like, you know, when you go buy a dog, you get papers with it. You know, the AKC registration papers. We have to do that for men and women now, you know. When you go to date someone, can I see your papers, you know? Make sure I know what the hell you are. Yeah, I know, Thomas. They did, and they're trying to put a stop to that, and they need to. That's what I'm saying. You know what? If you want to play pretend, that's on you. And that's as far as it should go. This bullshit where you can, you know, get parts lopped off and other parts put on. All that's doing is making the doctors rich, and that's part of what our rant's going to be tonight. Not that particular subject, but it will have to do with the medical field, and we'll be doing that shortly. Joe said in the Philippines they have had lady boys turning tricks in the bars for many years. Well, yeah, but they're basically just gay, right? I mean, sorta. And yeah, you gotta be gay anyway, right? If you're a man pretending to be a woman, you obviously want to date a man. Otherwise, you wouldn't be pretending to be a woman. So wouldn't that make you gay? You know. Now, if you're a trans man You're a woman pretending to be a guy. Once again, they want to date a woman. Wouldn't that make them lesbian? I mean, what the hell are they doing here? You know? It's like they're trying to fool us or something. But we're on to it. I know, Joe. Your kids can't pretend to be an Indian for Halloween. You know? Bullshit. It's always bullshit. You can cut off your junk, you're still a he, but crazy. Well, that's true. And, you know, you don't have to kill yourself anyway. I mean, realistically, the odds are in your favor that you will commit suicide at some point because, and like I said, can you imagine? You really can't imagine it because it's so stupid I wouldn't even consider it. But can you imagine waking up one morning and saying, you know, I'm really a woman trapped in a man's body. I'm going to go have my, you know, thing cut off. And after that's done, you're now sterile for one. You can never father a child anymore. Okay. At least unless you had your sperm frozen or something. But even then, that's weird too. But realistically, any sex you have is you're going to be shooting blanks. And, well, you won't be shooting anything. You won't have anything to shoot with. So then a week later, or a month, or a year, or whatever, at some point you're going to wake up the next morning and say, what the hell did I do? You know, because they say 90% of these people, it's like a phase they go through, you know. And at some point they realize, well, I'm not happy pretending to be a woman. I want to be a man again, but now it's too late. So what do? You know, it's just, what would you expect them to do? You know, you destroy your entire body and your life. I mean, you're better off dead, really, you know. You're right, Thomas. People are getting dumber and dumber. Actually, this is beyond dumber. I wish I was hung like him. Yeah, you and the rest of us, right? Dave says they're either crazy or evil sometimes. Yeah, probably. Tom says mental illness is running rampant. I think it really is, too. I don't know what's going on, but there's something going on. I think, I don't know. You know, I've talked about this in the past, not here, but my Wise Guy videos, and how I've seen even 30, 40 years ago, there were guys doing stupid things, and the women, too, but the men mostly. They weren't dressing as women. They were doing other equally stupid things like having spikes put in their head, wearing piercings and chains all over their body parts, and it's like, did you even consider what you're doing? But I always heard the one thing, because I actually asked a lot of you, why did you do it? Oh, it's cool, man. Who told you that? They're lying to you. You know? But these people actually believe that the weirdest, stupidest things that they would do actually made them cool. It doesn't, of course. It makes them retards of some degree, but, you know. And it may be the same thing going on now even. I think, you know, every generation has its problems. It just seems like this latest one seems to be the worst one. Like I said, in my day, which many of you guys, you know, can identify with, we had long hair and wore bell-bottom pants and, you know, played the whole hippie thing, but that was way less whacked out than what they're doing now. You know. Caleb said the world is going to hell in a handbasket with everything happening in the world, right? Oh, that's true. Registered dick. I'm not touching that one. Sparky says, Thomas, you really did go there. Of course he did. Well, you know. I think all trans women are lesbians. Yeah. Or, wait a minute. Yeah, no, trans women are actually men pretending. They might be. Oh, look at Bruce Jenner. He's a woman dating a woman. Technically, he's not a lesbian. Although, if you ask him, he'd probably tell you he was. But he still has his junk. Last I heard, he won't get rid of it. So, you know, there ain't no scissoring going on between those two. That's what I'm saying. What the hell? These people really are whacked out, you know? There's something seriously wrong there. Well, of course, we're all lesbians, right? I mean, I like women. Most of us do, hopefully. You know. Hey, Raymond Anthony, 127. How's it going, Ray? He says, I would not be surprised if one day taking someone out to dinner would require signing papers. It's getting that way. It really is, you know. Yeah, I don't think it's that far off either, because like I said, you know, they had sort of a problem with this 30, 40 years ago. Mostly down in Miami is what I heard about. They were guys. They didn't call them transgenders at the time. They called them or cross-dressers, or that was the other word they used. I can't remember now, but they didn't use the word trans, though. They were something else. But the same thing, with men dressed as women, pretending to be women. And some of them successfully dated real men. The real men found out there were 2 cases that I'm aware of where the men actually killed the pretend woman, you know. I mean, some of them were kind of weird, too. I mean, there might have been more to it, but one guy supposedly married this thing, right? He was married to her for almost a year. They had sex regularly, but always did it in the dark. Apparently, he had to be taking her through the back door because, you know, she didn't have the right parts for anything else. And I guess somehow or another he found out about it. I guess he walked in on it and saw it was a guy, and he killed it. He got away with it, sort of. They initially arrested him. They were going to charge him with third-degree murder, crime of passion, you know, heat of the moment thing. But then the jury acquitted him because they figured, look, this guy was with this man-woman thing for almost a year. He's obviously got problems to begin with. You know, we don't really need to ruin his life any further, so just let him go. I mean, you know, so this is really nothing. This is really nothing that new, but it's never been as rampant as it is now. Terry says, Roy, I like women. Well, of course you do. I hope you do anyway. If you're a guy on this channel, you better like women, because I got no regard for gays, man. I'm not real. I mean, I don't care what you do in your bedroom, but I just don't want to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Tyler says, look, come on, get off the damn subject and let's talk about trains. I have to agree. Yes, Roy, it does. Sparky says, back later, I'm going to check out. Oh, you have a resin printer, Sparky? That's cool. Have you made anything with it yet? Any good use? If you do, I hope you'll show us at some point. Let's see. Actually, Derek, they already have that in some cases. It's not mandatory, but they're recommending that both men and women actually get a signed document or consent to date and actually have sex. It protects both parties because, you know, you get some of these women that'll cry rape, even though that they didn't. I don't know. Dave says it's in the food made in the factories. What are all those ingredients doing out? Could be. Raymond says some people claim that mental illness is non-existent and that it's just a personality. Yeah. It's one and the same, though, you know, really. I mean, who's to say? Derek says, Raymond, yeah, Jack the Ripper had a lot of personality. Yes, he did. Here we go. Stack Social has an Elegoo Mars 3 4K 3D resin printer on sale. That's cheap, $171. I'm not ready to get one. At some point, I'm probably going to, though. But it's going to be something cheap like that. I don't need a big one. I don't need an expensive one. Just for those small jobs that come up every now and then that there's something I can't print on mine. So if you guys are looking for an inexpensive model, that might be the way to go. Hey, real artist, how's it going? This is all bullshit. I come here for train talk, not this crapola. Goodbye, good luck. Well, sorry you feel that way, Rail. We try and talk about trains when we can. And you know, you're always free to talk about trains, bring up a subject that we can all jump in on. Yeah, Roy, that's it. Transvestites. I couldn't remember the word. Alright. Container Man. Talk about trans or trains? Well, preferably trains. Thomas says the resin will... Well, yeah, the resin is... It's not as resilient as the filament is, but you can do so much more with it. Like I said, if you want to do people... See, I got one right here. Somewhere. So damn small, I can't even get hold of him. Like this little guy here. He's a little fat ass, but there's no way you could print this on a filament printer. And this is, I mean, I could break it if I really wanted to, but I don't know how. I think these are actually cast because they're from China. But you can make these in resin, and yeah, they're a little weaker than a cast part, but you can make them yourself and save a bunch of money. Because I mean, look, you guys know what it costs to buy HO figures that are already made and painted. It's ridiculous. $15 for 4 of them or 5 of them. You know, that's ridiculous. I mean, if you got even if you got a relatively small layout, even on a 4x8 sheet of plywood, you can easily put 100 figures on it. You know. So you start adding up the money, you're getting into some big bucks there. Where you could print 100 of those for probably $20 maybe, I don't know. It's going to be a lot cheaper. I don't think so. It would probably snap if you pre-drilled it, like a pilot hole, and it was close to the screws. You could probably get away with it, but you'd have to be careful because if you tried to torque on it, it'll snap the part. Tom Grassi can tell you that one because he tried drilling into some pieces he resin printed. And of course they were thin, but he had the same problem. It actually did crack the resin. Dave, what'd you miss? Well, not too much. We were talking about some stupid shit, but we're trying to inch back over to trains, you know. What am I printing? I am printing the back half of the Nautilus submarine from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. This is the front half here. I had to cut it in half when I sliced it because it was the only way to print it, because it's so there's a lot of detail on there. So this is the front half, and when the back half is done, I'll glue them together to have one complete submarine. But after many attempts to try it different ways, this was the only way I could figure out how to do it. So, that's true, Gerald. Resin is brittle. But, that's just the nature of resin. I mean, like I said, if you need excessive strength, you probably don't want to use resin. But if you want tiny things that look good and very highly detailed, resin's the way to go. Roy says, I think we got trans... Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about trains. Well, actually, we're talking about printers right now, which is close. Dave says, what's better to get, a CNC router or a laser cutter? Well, that depends. I mean, depends what you're going to do with it. Everything has its place. I have a laser engraver here. Can't really cut with it. If I got a stronger laser head for it, I probably could, but right now it's mostly just for burning into wood and metal. It's nice to have. It's great if you want to make your own signs. Like, if you can see right above my finger there. That's a laser engraved metal plate that I did. And I have them all over my layout. Can't really see them very close, but that one's gateway for the gate, And I got different names for different areas of the thing. That was kind of cool, and I saved some money by doing it myself. The credit card plates were cheap. I think you bought like 50 of them for $6 or $7 on eBay. And that's just a matter of setting it up in the right place. making your pattern and hit the laser and make sure you wear your protective glasses because you go blind real quick. And within an hour or so, it does a nice engraving. I've also done, I don't know if I can see this or not. It's also good for wood burning. Let me see if this will pick up or not. Alright, you can see the white oval sign there. That's laser engraved. It says Sugar Shack on it. And it's got a picture of the number 148 sugar, U.S. sugar steamer on it. Came out beautifully. It was very, and I did that with the laser engraver. So, it has its uses. Now, a CNC router, of course, is for more, I don't know, sturdier work. I mean, depending, I mean, you can either route wood with it, you can route metal with it, depending on what bit you use, I guess. I personally don't see much use for a CNC router in the train room. I could be wrong. But for me, I don't see much use in it. I would have more use for the laser cutter than I would be for the router. You know, and technically both can do the same work. But I think the laser is probably more accurate. Like once again, if you're doing small components, like if you wanted to do styrene plastic, you wanted to laser it out, like walls for a building, you want to put windows in or whatever. I think the laser would probably be a lot better and cleaner than the router would be. Could be wrong, but it's my opinion. There should day be as high, and it's the back half of the knot. Yeah, the back half. Thomas says, "Can you make a resin steam tray?" Probably. I mean, I can't. I don't have a resin printer, but somebody who has one, yes, they probably could. You can do things with the resin printer that you can't do with the filament printers. However, you're going to have a shitload of cleanup on there because the way the resin printer works, it actually builds when it's making the object. It puts in what do you call them? I can't think of the word right now. The supports. You have to break all the supports away. Clean. There's a little bit of cleanup involved in it. It's not just push the button and it comes out perfectly done. You have to do some cleaning on it and remove all the supports. So it's going to be a job either way. There's a lot of components and details on a steam engine, which is why it's so difficult to print them, at least in one piece anyway. Now, if you print it in components, that's a little different, but it's very entailed to do that. You make components that are on a steam engine. And I have not found any files that are broken down to where you can do that. So, like I said, I try to stay away from that. Andy said, "I just had a brain fart. Let's make a deep sea sub out of resin." No? Yeah. Well, hey, you can make one out of carbon fiber. Why not? About as dumb, right? Yeah, that was the stupidest thing they ever did. Hey, he spent over $1 million. I think they said he spent $10 million on that sub. That was the one that imploded. He could have bought a surplus submarine from China or Russia or Germany or somebody. Even we may even have one. A small sub used that would be safe enough to make that dive with and cost the same amount of money, not have to screw with it. At least have real seats in it. I mean, that sub that he built was basically like, remember when you were kids? I had one. My dad built me one. He built me a go-kart. It wasn't powered. It was, you roll down the hill with it. Didn't even have a steering wheel. It had a rope. It had the cross beam in the front with a center bolt and ropes on the side. You steered it by pulling the rope one way or the other. Didn't have brakes either, which was also a big problem. But that's what that sub reminded me of. Something that some idiot, somebody's dad built in the backyard out of scrap lumber. Stupid. Royce, I wish I had a filament printer could get as detailed as a resin printer. I do not want to get I don't blame you. I'm really leery about getting them. They're getting better. The first ones were a little bit dangerous. They're highly toxic. The new resin, of course, I guess is water-based or something, and it won't kill you if you breathe it. I'm so told. It's a lot safer to use because the first one they say, don't even use it indoors. You know, use it in a well-ventilated area. What am I going to do? Put it outside? You know. So, like I said, they are getting better. The resins are getting better. You know. Which 3D printer do you have? I'm looking into investing in one. That way I can make my own trades. Well, behind me, let me switch cameras again and wrong one. Let me swing the camera around. Not wrong way. Oh, come on. Went around so far that. There we go. Alright, the two behind me there, those are Anycubic Vipers. I like them. That's not my first printer. This is actually the third printer that I bought, third brand. I like the Anycubic. If you don't go with this, go with an Ender 3. Different company. They make a very good printer. The main thing you want to make sure you have when you buy a printer, a 3D printer, self-leveling. Not all of them are, you know. Now, the Anycubic Viper is, so is the Cobra. If you want to get a Cobra, it's a little different slightly, but made by Anycubic. The Ender 3, one or two of the models have self-leveling table on it. Make sure that's what you get. And having a magnetic flex build plate is also a great thing. The ones with the glass are a pain in the ass because you have to use some medium to hold the work to it. A lot of people use the stick glue, hairspray works, but it's a real pain in the ass. With this, you don't have to spray anything on the plate. The work automatically sticks to it to its texture. So that's something to think about. Now, I believe the Ender is a little less expensive than the Anycubic is. Not much. These here, I think they're $229 I gave for both, for each one. But that's my recommendation. But like I said, I would go either the Ender or the Anycubic. And if you want to talk about the Ender, Dwight Curley, he has an Ender. And he's on the channel right now too. He's in the chat. Talk to him. He can give you really good advice about it because he uses his about as much as I use mine. And all his prints come out really well. So, yeah, if you want good advice, he said I give you my end. Talk to Dwight and see what he says and then decide which one you want. Let's see what else we got. Let me change back over here. There we go. Thomas says, Jim, you said before he was still waiting for spring wire. I get my spring wire from KS Metals here in the U.S. Maybe I have to look into that because I don't know who they can. Somebody on eBay, you know. And probably even somebody has it locally, but I don't feel like going around hunting down a music shop. For all I know, they have one here, but you know. But I'm gonna have to do some. I'll have to reorder it from somewhere. I'll, if you want, do me a favor. Text me a link to that if you would, and I'll look into it. Because the one I bought, obviously, I don't know what happened there. I paid for it. I mean, I'll get my money back. That's not a problem. But Dave says more material choices with the that's true. Like I said, they both have pros and cons. It just depends what you want to do with it. Yeah, well, I think those are a little out of my price range right now. They have them. They even have a glass one now, believe it or not. I don't know that much about them, but they're very expensive. So, you know, unless you've got money literally falling out of your ass, probably not going to go there. Dave said that's a very deep. Well, it is. That was what, 2.5 miles? That's what I'm saying. You would want an actual submarine. And even then, I'm not even sure a regular sub could go that far, but I'd feel safer in regular sub than I would in a piece of carbon fiber toilet paper tube, which is basically what it was. Yeah. Brakes, that's you hitting the wall and stopping. Actually, I hit the curb. And went flying. The cart stopped. I did not. I didn't get hurt, but, you know. Hardware sell piano wire Lowe's. It doesn't really? I never even thought about that. I probably look at. We got Lowe's and Home Depot here. I'll have to look into that. I really didn't think they did. I'll have to look into that. I didn't know. I did not plant a money tree. I've yet to find a good money tree. That's the problem. Believe me, if there was such a thing, I'd have one. Thomas said, the gym, the Atlantic Coastline Road is close to you. Probably. Probably within 10 or 20 miles. I don't know. I never gave too much thought to it. Rick says, I buy pianoware from, we have an Ace Hardware here too. Maybe I'll run down to Ace. I don't know. I'll have to go down and I'll have to do something though. Gerald says, I made my first purchase from eBay this week. A 50-foot Overton business car kit from Roundhouse. Oh, that's cool. Did you get a good deal on it? Sometimes you find good stuff on there. I generally have really good luck with eBay. Every now and then, you know. Thomas says, my local hobby store is See, we don't really have a hobby store here. That's the problem. We got a Michael's. They may have, but I don't know. I usually assume that piano wire is going to be at a music house, you know. But, yeah, what do I know, right? Yeah, I know, Roy. That was just so stupid. It was like a kid's toy. It really was, you know. And, well, it sucks that they all died, but, you know, what did you think was going to happen? You know. It's like jumping out of an airplane with a defective parachute, you know. You know you're probably going to die. They just don't do it. Roy says, if you got money falling out of your ass, can I have some after you wash it? See, I wish there was a way I could make money fall out of my ass, but, you know, not so much. Jim, I found you an Amtrak locomotive. Is it a P-42? That's kind of what I'm looking for. They have other ones. I don't really like them. They got the older one. I really just don't like it. I'd rather have a P-42. But, you know, it all depends on how much, too. You know what I'm saying? It really doesn't matter whether it's DCC or not, because I'm probably going to convert it. Because I was looking at Kato or Kato, or however you pronounce it. They have the P-42 in DC. It's just under, I think it's just under $200, which isn't bad for a new one, but it's DC. The nice thing is, though, everything is there to convert it over to DCC with sound. I mean, there's really no modification necessary. It's all built into it. So that's pretty much what I'm looking for, and I may wind up going with that at some point. Hey, Ben, how's it going? Good to see you, man. Gerald says $15 plus shipping, $9 it's lettered for Buffalo Bill show. Cool. Yeah, that's not bad at all. You got a hell of a deal there, man. Alright, well, let's jump over to this. Is it time for a rant? It is time for a rant. That's what you guys live for anyway. Now, this week's rant's going to be a little different. Usually we talk about Comcast or the mail system or some stupid thing like that. I mean, it's not stupid, but I got something completely different that many of you may wind up experiencing already anyway. And that is, about a week ago, I get a letter in the mail from my doctor. It's a bill. It's $298. I have Medicare, A, B, and D, And normally my co-pays are about between $22 and $27. Well, here's what happened. Now this new doctor I got, because there's no diabetic doctors here in Sebring. I'm diabetic. I need insulin. You need a prescription for insulin. Well, any doctor can write you a script for it, so I basically picked this guy up as my primary doctor because I didn't have one. The last primary I had back in Naples, he quit his practice and went to the college, just like the one before him did. I don't know what the hell's going on there with these doctors. So anyway, his name is Dr. Korea. Nice guy, kind of young. Basically, he's still in internship. I think he's in his third year of internship, so he's not quite, there yet. But third year is the last year you do an internship. But anyway, that's my doctor. So the first time I went to see him, that's who I saw. No problem. Tell him what's going on. I'm diabetic. I need insulin. He was kind of a hard ass. I mean, because he said, well, why don't you try one of these new things out? We got stuff there. You can take weekly. I said, no, look, I'm not interested in any of that stuff. I've been diabetic since 2007. I've been shooting insulin pretty much about halfway through 2007. I went over to insulin, got away from the fucking pills because, they cause amputations. And I want to avoid that. So I said, I'm happy with the insulin. It's just the way it is. Yeah, it sucks, but you guys won't come up with the cure. You know you got it, but you won't release it because there's no money in it. So I'll have to just stick with the insulin. Didn't argue with me either by that, but he was really trying to push this new stuff that you take once a week. Well, it's brand new. Nobody knows what it's going to do down the road. It could kill you. Got the usual side effects, Could cause heart attack, stroke, sudden death. That's all right. I'll pass on that. If I'm still alive in 15 years and it's still out there and nobody died from it, maybe I'll give it a shot, But I'm not taking something that's brand new. Anyway, but that's not the point here. So I see him, I've probably talked to him for like 15, 20 minutes. New patient. Never got a bill from him, which is cool. He wrote me a script. He fucked up the script. All right. Insulin goes by units. I take the Novolog, which I take before meals. I take two different insulins. One's an all day. That's the Lantus. That you take in the morning. And actually, I'm using the other stuff, the Levemir. You take half in the morning, half in the evening, because it's not good enough to last all day. But the Novolog is what you take before your meals. That's what I was running out of. And I'm down to like my last 2 pens, So I told him, I said, well, I need a 3-month supply of insulin, the Novolog. He said, if you could write me a script for it, that'd be great, Now, you can get up to 3 months on any prescription at pretty much anywhere. I deal with Walgreens. So he got it right, sort of. I got the insulin, but it wasn't what I was supposed to get. He gave me this 70-30 mix or some shit like that, and there's a component in it that you should not take if you have heart disease or prior stroke. Well, I had prior stroke and heart disease. So I'm thinking I shouldn't be taking this shit, so I got 3 months where I still got it. It just sits in the fridge. I don't know what the hell to do with it. I won't take it because, I don't need to wreck my heart. I mean, we've been there, done that already. So I call him back and I said, look, you got to get this straightened out. I said, it's the 100% Novolog, in the pen, 3 months supply. Okay, no problem. So they raised me a script for 21 units. Well, 21 units is 7 pens, good for 10 days. Right? I'm paying for this stuff. My copay on the insulin is $10.35 every time I fill a script. It's the same money if I get a month, 10 days, or 3 months. So naturally I'm thinking, well, I don't want to have to pay. I'll be paying $30 a month for this insulin. You know, it's ridiculous. I don't have that kind of money. So, I'm really pissed off now, right? Because, I mean, you guys are making a mess out of everything, you know. So, I make a new appointment with him. Okay? It takes about a week. I go down to see him. He's not in that day. So, this female doctor's taking his place. Right, no problem. I don't care. So, I'm explaining to her how this works. All right? I need 60 units. It's a 3-month supply of insulin, and that's what you can legally put in for insulin. So she's like, oh, okay. She's, well, what was the problem? I said, well, you ordered 10 units, or 20 units, or whatever the hell it was, and it wasn't enough. I said, I'm paying for this stuff, and once again, money does not fall out of my ass, you know. She said, all right, no problem, we'll take care of it. Well, she didn't, you know. So a few weeks go by. I mean, she basically did the same thing that he did. I got a 10-day supply of insulin. What the hell is wrong with these people? So I called the doctor back up this time. I said, look, you're not writing the script. Oh, no, we're doing what we need to do. It's Walgreens' problem. I said, all right, fine. I'll call you back. So I get off with them. I call Walgreens. I said, look, what is the problem? I said, my doctor says it's your fault. I need a 3-month supply of the Novolog pen insulin, 100%. She goes, well, he's not writing it right. He's giving you a 10-day supply. That's what I figured because I'm only getting 7 pens, which literally lasts 10 days, give or take. I says, can you do me a favor and look up my past records, like say from 3 years ago, down in Naples when I had the diabetic doctor. Can you tell what his order was? She says, well, he ordered 60 units at a time. That's a 3-month supply. That's all I need to know. So I actually even had her explain to me how they factor in the units. You know. And she says, I don't know what that doctor thought he was ordering, but that's nowhere near a 3 months. I said, well, duh, you know. So I get off the phone with Walgreens. I call back the doctor. I said, look, I need an appointment to see the doctor because I figured if I talk over the phone, he's not going to get it, right? No problem. So I get an appointment. So like I said, a few days later, I go in. It's a different doctor. Where's Korea? Well, he's not here today. All right, well, you guys are screwing up my script. You know, explain to this doctor what the problem was, what they're doing wrong. And he said, all right, no problem, we'll take care of it. By now, this is probably getting a little redundant, right? A couple weeks go by, my script runs out. I go to pick up the new script. Same problem. 10-day script. Son of a bitch. Then I'm really getting pissed. So I call back the doctor. I said, look, I need to see Dr. Korea. I don't want to see anybody else. You set up a appointment when he's there, and we're going to get this shit straightened out. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking for another doctor. All right, no problem, no problem. So they get me in there, I get to actually see him, right? So I'm explaining to him how this thing works. He has no clue. I mean, literally, he's not stupid, but he's just clueless. I literally had to draw him a picture practice. I said, look, order 60 units of insulin. That's a 3-month supply. And then write a renewable script, let's say 3 refills, to cover me for the year, 4 refills, whatever it is. Well, I guess he got confused because I went to Walgreens to pick up, or I called Walgreens after the next day, and they said, well, we had to reject that because we can't fill 120 units. And I'm going, 120? How did he get 120 out of 60? Well, he doubled it. That's a 6-month supply of insulin. No drugstore is going to fill a 6-month supply of anything. 3 months is the maximum. Whatever. So, I'm really getting kind of pissed now, you know. So I called the doctor up the next day and said, look, this is not hard. You know, 60 units. Not 70, not 80, not 120, not 20, not 10. 60 units. Call in the order. That's all I said. So I still waiting to see if they're going to get it. I still don't think they got it right. But anyway, so here's where the problem comes in. So I said a couple of days ago I get a bill from them. It's $388. And I'm going, what the hell is this? So it had a breakdown. Each doctor, the lady doctor, charged me $488 for a 10-minute visit. Okay? Remember, I got Medicare now. So Medicare isn't going to give her $488. All right. Normally Medicare picks up 80% and I pay the 20, which means, like I said, my copay is usually $22 to $27 per doctor. Instead, I owe her $99. I go, shit, you know. Then I look at the other guy that I seen that I didn't know. He does basically the same thing. It was a little bit less, like by $15. And I go, what are these crazy prices? And then the regular doctor I got, same deal. So I'm going, this is bullshit, you know. I can't afford this. So I call them up. Like I say, called up their billing department. Some woman gets on her and she goes, can I help you, sir? Sir, I have to let you know that all recordings are monitored for, how do they put that, for training purposes. I said, don't lie to me. You record it in case I threaten your life, you can have me arrested. That's the real reason you record it. And it is, by the way. They were doing it for training purposes. They're not getting anywhere with that. They actually do it in case you threaten them. Then they could go back and file charges against you. You could be jailed for issuing a threat over the phone. I know this. And I hate, that's why I say I hate when they pull that shit. So usually when they tell me, I say, well, first off, let's be honest. You're recording this in case I threaten your life so you can have me jailed. Except I'm not dumb enough to threaten you over the phone. So we get past that. She's like, and she probably figured, I probably gave her an attitude right off the bat, which, so be it. I didn't care. I said, well, I got a price. I got this bill. I said, first off, you're charging me 3 times for 3 different doctors, and it's way more than a normal copay. Well, sir, that's what it costs. I said, no, it's not. I said, I've had doctors since 2007, and except for the beginning of the year, which is clearly is not, you know, where I have a deductible that's usually, I think it's $175 or something like that, and the first doctor gets the bulk of it, you know. I said, other than that, I never pay more than $22 to $27 for a doctor's visit. I said, no, it happened. You can't even get my strips right. So she grabs an attitude, I grab a bigger one. I said, look, I said, I'm not paying this bill unless you fix it. Well, sir, you don't have a choice. I have lots of choices. You know. I said, obviously, I'm going to start looking for another doctor because I can't afford you people. And I didn't really put together what was going on at that particular call. Well, I cussed her out. You know, she got pissed. I said, oh, you can't cuss me. I said, well, if you're too much of a baby, you can't handle words, and we have nothing more to say anyway. You know. So she did. She hung up on me because I told her to go fuck herself. Sorry. So anyway, yesterday I get a call from the billing office. This is all from Advent Hospital. And the guy says, well, I want to touch base with you on your bill. I says, well, I guess I can tell you the same thing I told the first woman that I talked to, that this is bullshit. He said, well, what do you mean? I says, well, I didn't figure it out until, like, recently. You guys are pulling, basically, I think this is illegal. If it's not illegal, it's definitely unethical. And what you're doing is, 3 doctors saw me in the same office, and each charged me as the first-time patient. You know, when you first go to see the doctor the first time, it always costs more because, you know, the filing and all the other bullshit that goes along with being a new patient. Well, that's what they did. It was bullshit because they're all in the same office. I did not ask to see new doctors. And I wanted to see my actual doctor. So this is what they're doing. And they did this and they got away with it, sort of. I still got to go to Medicare and file a complaint. So I'm actually waiting for the printout to come from Medicare, and then I can fill it out and send it back and let them investigate it. I will have to pay the bill. I'll be making payments. You know, it's just bullshit. And so I told the guy, I said, look, I said, this is not right. I said, you know, you got away with this, sort of. I said, you know, the problem here is, you know, a lot of people in Sebring aren't all that bright, and they really aren't. I said, I'm not from Sebring. I'm from Naples. You know, we're a lot smarter down there, and they don't even do this shit down there. You know, because they know people are smarter, and they can't pull this. I said, you are taking advantage of poor people in this town, and people without the knowledge to know what you're doing. I'm going to report you. I says, I hope they shut your ass down. Well, you know, I know how you feel. No, you don't know how I feel, and you don't give a shit. All you care about is getting your money. You know. So let's drop the pretend here. You know. Don't lie to me. Don't bullshit me, because, you know, I'm not that dumb. And the guy was actually pretty cool, you know. He didn't really go off on me, and I didn't have to go off on him. But I just said, look, I'm just telling you, I'm going to be looking for another doctor because I can't afford you guys. And obviously, if you can't do things on above board and can't even get my prescriptions correct, there's no reason for me to continue messing with you. You know. Well, I guess that's your choice. Yes, it is. So, but be forewarned. Be expecting an investigation from Medicare, because I'm reasonably sure what you're doing is more than likely illegal. If it's not illegal, it's definitely unethical. They'll be interested in it either way. Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I said, no, you're not. What do we just say? No more bullshit. All right, sir. Was there anything else I can do for you? I said, nope, not at all. Okay, have a good day. And that was the end of that. But I'm telling you, this is bullshit what they're doing. Yeah, I realize that, Dave, and I got to do it too. My problem is I'm stubborn and maybe even weak-willed a little bit. A lot of it's money. You know, the BBB diet or BBB and E diet. I looked at it, it works, supposedly. So I got to try it, but it also means I got to buckle down and just kind of do it. And, you know, that means I'm going to have to quit drinking this for a while. Maybe permanently, and no bread. I mean, you know, basically it's a carnivore diet, basically. And yes, I'm told it will work, so I'm going to try it at some point. I just really got to get my finances straightened out where I could buy literally a month's worth of meat and do the carnivore diet. You know, it's like I said, beef, bacon, butter, and something else. Ice cream, was it? Something like that. But I'm gonna do it because, like I said, I know you guys have had good luck with it. I expect you to. Because I'm not expecting the medical society to do anything, because hey, it's all about the money for them, you know. And it really pisses me off because they don't give a damn whether you live or die, as long as you pay them, you know. And they will keep you just sick enough until they bled you dry, and then they let you die. It's very unfortunate, but it is what it is. But it took me a minute to figure out that that's exactly what they're doing. Because nothing else made any sense, you know. Because, well, that's the way Medicare expects us to get paid. I said, no. Medicare picks up 80%. And a first-time doctor generally, well, they're probably more now, but it used to be it's $350 the first time you saw a doctor. So your first copay was 20% of whatever Medicare paid them. Medicare is not going to give them the $350. They generally bump them down to about $2, you know, maybe $180, because they know. We all know how the game is played. You know, the doctor he pads the bill, hoping he'll get more. Medicare says, "No, we're not playing that shit. You're going to get less." And then, you know, they expect the patient to pick up the slack. I used to go through this shit with my dad. He had Medicare, and plus he was of war veterans, so he had the VA. And they all tried the same shit. They, well, the government won't pay us as much as we think we should get, so we expect you to pick up the rest. He said, well, no. He says, I don't have to pay anything because that was his plan. Literally, he paid nobody anything. It was all prepaid, all covered. So they threatened him, and so I finally got him. I said, look, I'm tired of you people harassing my dad. He's old. He doesn't need this shit. You're overcharging the government. They know it. They refuse to pay you. So deal with it. My dad doesn't have the money. He's disabled. He's old. He can't afford to pay you ridiculous money that you think you're worth. Now, if the government only gives you $200 for a $1,000 bill, that's between you and the government. Got nothing to do with my dad. He doesn't know you would dime. Stop harassing him. Otherwise, I'm going to have to hire a lawyer, and you'll be paying us anyway. And usually by then the calls would stop. But it's ridiculous. I mean, they get ridiculous money for what they do. Let's see, Dave says, so that's the end of my rant. Dave from DWM says, I have a scrap 1/8 inch thick plastic from the bath liner industry. They tell me it's a co-extrusion of 10% acrylic, 10% or 90% PVC, and not to cut it with a laser. Evidently lasering PVC, well, yes. Actually, a lot of plastics you'll have that problem with. If you do it, wear a mask and do it outside. Don't do it in a closed area because you'll probably die. And I think that goes for any plastic. I think even styrene is the same deal. Any plastic that burns, even the insulation and the wiring in your car, if that burns, that produces toxic gas. Get the hell out of the car as quick as you can because you'll die if you stay in it. Roy says, a bull hauler just flew by me. He had the Constitution with the flag printed out on, I can't see a fucking thing here. There we go. Printed out on a board replacing the other half of the back end wall on the truck. Cool. That must look pretty good. Hey Curtis, how's it going? Good to see you. See you no lines. How's Lise doing? And Dave says, right you are, Derek, but that's why I was considering a CNC router. It will cut the plastic. Well, that's true. It will. And like I said, it just depends what you want to do with it. I think either machine is good and has its pros and cons. So, and they're probably about in the same price range anyway. Actually, I think the CNC router might be a little cheaper. And probably will give you less problems down the road, Thomas says, the ACL railroad spike has a small head regular spike. Okay. I'm not familiar with it, but I'll take your word for it. Eric says, Big Jim, if you go to a participating doctor, they have agreed to accept whatever Medicare gives them. Well, that's true. Most of them do. But I found here in Sebring, I like this place. My wife hates Sebring. I like Sebring. I'm comfortable living here. I get along with everybody for the most part, but I have noticed that people here, most of them, probably have a lower IQ than the surrounding neighborhoods. I hate to say that, but it's true. And I think some of the businesses, where they're a little bit smarter, are taking advantage of it, And if they think you got money, they will try and bend you over, I had the same problem with my handyman. He realized I just sold my house down in Naples, and some of the repairs here I could not do, so I hired him to do them. And he said, well, no. I said, look, I don't need it done that bad. I'll bring up somebody from Naples. It'll be cheaper. I said, you're going to have to be a little more conservative with your pricing. Oh, okay. And once I got that straightened out, prices were more normal, But he was all ready to, bend me right over on shit, and I'm thinking, oh no, we're not playing that game. Yeah. And that's the biggest problem here, that most of the people here, a lot of older people here, a lot of disabled people here, and I think a lot of them really just don't have the education to know a lot about what's going on around them, so they're easily duped, you know. If you're sick, you go to the doctor, and a lot of people they regard doctors as gods. I don't. I hate doctors, But you need them because they're the only ones that can write scripts. Hell, if I could write my own scripts, I wouldn't waste my time with a doctor. And none of them done anything good for me, really. I mean, the main hospital did when my heart took off, but, but for all this little shit, you explain to them what you need and why you need it, why your previous doctor did that, and they're like, okay, and they screw it up anyway, And I don't know why they screw it up. I mean, I'm really beginning to wonder the intelligence of my primary doctor, Anyway, I did set up an appointment with a new doctor, which I'll be seeing in October, my wife's doctor. She said he's really nice and way cheaper. She doesn't even have Medicaid, so he can afford him without Medicare. I should have no problem with Medicare, so I said, I said, when you talk to him, I said, how do I set it up for him? I said, just make sure he's capable and willing to write a script for insulin. That's the only reason I need him. My cardiologist in Naples, which I kept, he writes scripts for everything else. But he doesn't do the insulin, so, it's all horseshit when you get down to it. Ben says, I had a flu test that goes up your nose. They sent us a bill for over $200, even though online a flu test. Oh, that's true. And you got to be careful with that, Ben. I don't mean to scare you, but I would never submit to that because they could do a swab in your mouth. It's safer. But they go up your nose, literally right up near your brain cavity. It's very dangerous. And there's some people that say that it might even have the COVID virus already on it to guarantee that you'll get it. I don't know how true that is, but I had COVID back in 2019. Both me and my wife had it. We thought it was the flu. This is before they really knew what was going on. Right before. I think it was November of 2019. And I don't think they figured out until like January, February 20. But we just figured we had the flu. I've had the flu before. Now remember, I got all the comorbidities. I'm overweight. I got heart disease. I'm diabetic. I had a stroke. So according to the experts, I'm a dead man walking when I got COVID. I had it for about 10 days. Woke up after 10 days, I'm fine. So was my wife. We didn't do anything unusual. And I said afterwards, well, shit, that was COVID. We didn't know that. And COVID didn't kill anybody hardly. Unless you would die from the flu, which some people do. But mostly the hospitals and the doctors were killing people when they were admitted in the hospital. As soon as they stick that tube down your throat and inject you with the remdesivir, well, first the tube blows out your lungs. If that don't kill you, the remdesivir wipes out your kidneys and your liver. You're going to die. And pretty much everybody that was on those two standards, they wound up dying. So don't get all freaked out about COVID. It's not that big of a deal. And you're young, so you have less to worry about. And I hope you didn't get the vaccine, because if you did, it ruins your heart 9 times out of 10. So just don't be worried about shit, man. Your government's lying to you. They've been lying to all of us for a long time about pretty much everything. Joe says, yeah, they're just sorry they got caught. Of course they are. Very sorry when you catch them. Hey, JD, how's it going? Good to see you here. Rick from Raver Raisin Trade says, low carb diet, what I have done, and I lost 40 pounds so far. 15 more to go. Well, you're doing good. That's about how much I need to lose. I'm running at 227 now, and I only stand 5'6", lost an inch somewhere, and I should be down around 160 thereabouts. And I'll tell you, when you're taking insulin, it's very tough to lose weight, and it doesn't matter even if you're on a low carb diet; it's still hard. But I'm going to do what Gerald Stewart said and a couple other guys. It's basically it's a carnivore diet. You basically only eat meat, and it's supposed to reverse the diabetes. You know what gives you diabetes anyway? It's the shit they put in everything. They're called the high fructose corn syrup. Bad for you. They even admitted it causes diabetes, and yet it's still in everything. It's not just in the sodas. It's in all the processed foods. They know it causes diabetes, but they still leave it in there. Yeah, like I said, you trust your government, you got bigger problems than you realize. Let's see. Hey, Ken Amos Jr., how you doing? B&O number 51. Ken says, my old family doctor used to do an EKG every time I saw him. Insurance asked me why, because I wasn't on medicine. They caught him, not me. Well, that's what they're doing. And I've had similar problems that I always said I do. I guess you always have heart disease once you got it. But, for one doctor, I said literally every month. Well, you do an EKG. And it always came up fine, I'm going, well, why are we doing this? He said, well, you can't be too careful. Okay. Well, again, somebody must have said something, because he pretty much stopped doing it after I questioned him on it. So maybe he was afraid I was going to turn him out. I don't know. But it is what it is. All right, Thomas, thank you. I'll check that out later. All right, Andy, well, have a good night, man. Thanks for hanging out, and enjoy your weekend. We'll see you next time. Bye for now. Low Country Railroad, how you doing? Good to see you. Kyle Stevens, I'm late, I know. Busy at work, don't scold me. I never scold anybody for being late, man. You make it, you make it. If you're late, you're late. If you have to watch the replay, you watch the replay. It's all the same to me. I'm glad you're here either way. Derek says, Grandpa, how's the weather in Texas? Moving back yet? No, I don't think he's going back to California. Texas, yeah, I'm sure Texas is a lot better than California in a lot of different ways, including the weather. Let's see. Raymond Anthony says, I made sure to avoid eating anything that contains high fructose corn syrup. Like I said, it's tough. But like I said, I really don't eat any processed foods, but I do drink the soda. I like the ginger ale. I should have figured something was up, because doctors, oh yeah, you can drink all the ginger ale you want. Of course they're going to tell you that because they want you to remain sick, But it's see, I like the carbonation. I could drink carbonated water, but that's very expensive compared to the soda. That's all. Especially the first thing in the morning, it wakes me up. There's no caffeine in that, so it isn't caffeine. It's the carbonation. So that's going to be the toughest part of this, is giving that up. Everything else, I don't eat that much anyway. Not really, Mostly it's meat products, but you got to be very specific, and you can't waver from it. Otherwise, the diabetes doesn't go away. But there's been a lot of people that successfully reversed their diabetes, so it can be done. And like I said, they had a cure for it up until 1902, and that's when the scientists discovered insulin. And I kid you not, literally right after they discovered insulin, the cure went away. And if you ask any diabetic doctor, or whatever the hell they're called now, oh no, there's never been a cure for that. Well, you're lying. Either you're lying or you're stupid. My old diabetic doctor, he's like, we got into that one day. He says, you got to get your A1C down. I said, I can get it down. Give me the damn cure for diabetes. Well, there's no cure. Yes, there is. No, there's not. Yes, there is. I says, either you're lying or you're stupid. Which is it? You know? He goes, well, what makes you think there's a cure? So I told him. Now, I had all the facts at that time. I don't remember them now. I actually knew the name of the doctor, the scientist that discovered insulin. And actually, the only thing I didn't know is they did cure it in the late 1800s. There was a safe cure for it. And it worked. But there's no record of it anywhere. Other than the fact that, yes, in fact, they did cure it, but we don't know how. But we know they didn't use medicine because there really wasn't much medicine at that point anyway. You know. So, you know, somebody's lying somewhere along the line. Like I said, I had a doctor a long time ago. I messed up my shoulder. So I went to see him. I was his first and last patient. He retired. I was his last patient. He retired right after he seen me. He was pretty old. He was probably in his early 70s. Nice guy, though. Smart as a whip. You know. Charged me $20 to see him. This is back in the 70s, but that was still nothing compared to what some of the doctors were getting. And that was, you know, that was no insurance or nothing. That was straight up money. $20. And he gave me pills for my shoulder. They were muscle relaxants. Gave me 2 months supply. Just give them to me. Here you go. But anyway, so we're talking. He's actually massaging my shoulder, and he says, well, you overworked it. It's not permanent, but I'm going to give you some muscle relaxers, and you have to go easy on it for a while until it heals. All right. So he said, look, I'm going to tell you something I've never told anybody. He said, but you're my last patient, so I figured, what the hell? He says, if you repeat it, nobody will believe you anyway, but I'm going to tell you. I said, what are you going to tell me? He says, I'm going to tell you something. He says, every disease that we have on this planet, there is a safe and effective cure for it. Every one. Cancer, leukemia, everything. Even the common cold, there's a cure for it. He says, but you'll never see those cures. I said, you know why, right? And I said, well, there's money in it. I mean, even I wasn't that dumb, you know. And he goes, well, you're absolutely right. He says, unfortunately, we are forbidden to even utilize any of those cures because we'll lose our license and could possibly be jailed over. I said, well, that sucks. He said, no, but it's the truth. He says, anytime they tell you we're looking for a cure, they're lying to you. They've had cures for all this stuff. Most of them are natural based, and they work. But the pharmaceutical companies want to make money, and they need you to be sick, and they don't really care if you die or not. This is a doctor telling me this stuff, right? I'm like, holy shit. You know. And I left them with that knowledge, but it was amazing, to hear that from a doctor. And I believe it. I don't think he was lying to me. I think he was telling me the absolute truth, and I realize a lot of these doctors, they can't be honest. Even during COVID, any doctor that refused to give you remdesivir was immediately had his license revoked to practice medicine. This is what we're telling you to do. This is what you're going to do. We don't give a damn if it's killing patients or not. This is the procedure you're going to do. And some doctors bucked it, and they said, no, we're not doing it. And they lost their license to practice. It is what it is. Derek says, Big Jim, get a soda stream and cart. Yeah, I bought one of those a few years ago. Biggest piece of shit there ever was. It doesn't do a good job. The Smart Way, although it's kind of pricey, not real bit, but if I could find a used soda tap and get the carbonated containers, which, the big containers with the carbonation on, you can carbonate anything with those, and those actually work. But it would probably cost me about $1,000 to get set up, with the tap and then you said you can use anything you want. Use water, you can carbonate the water, and it wouldn't bother me because I filter my water anyway. Carbonated filtered water would probably be pretty damn good, The flavor doesn't really affect me any of this. It's the carbonation. But I'll have to start. I might start looking for maybe a used tap, soda tap, or even a beer tap. Well, I think it has to be a soda tap. I don't think a beer tap will work because beer comes already carbonated. But I'm sure they're out there. Just to find one that I could utilize and then set it up for such. And like I said, I don't know how hard it is to get the carbonated canisters. I don't know if you buy in bulk or not. That could be a problem. I'll look into it though. I used to have a friend that was in that business. I didn't even think about it back in those days because that was before all this shit went down. I worked on his car a lot. And he probably hooked, I don't know where he is now, but he could have probably hooked me up with a tap and everything else, Yeah, well. Raymond says, I quit eating at McDonald's, another corporate fast food place. Well, good for you, man. I gave that shit up too. Every now and then I'll eat at Wendy's. They're the closest thing to real food that you're going to find out there. McDonald's, Burger King, garbage. You don't know what the hell they're getting. And I won't eat it. Even if you gave it to me for free, I won't eat it. Not happening. Roy said, Jim, I thought the same thing about the swab, having COVID already on it, but I got swabbed twice. I never did get it from the swab, but I did get it 3 times. Did you get the shot? Because they say the vax actually weakens your immune system, and you will get it once you've had the shot. I didn't get the shot. I don't like getting vaccinated, but I won't get a flu shot. I won't get the pneumonia shot. I won't get the shingles shot. We're not doing none of that shit. I have a different way of looking at things. I'm kind of religious that way. When it's your time to die, you're going to die. And if it ain't your time, you'll be fine. And I've survived a lot of shit that should have killed me. So I kind of figure, well, it wasn't my time to die yet, And I hope my luck holds out for a while, but I don't trust any of this stuff. They didn't test COVID, the vaccine. It came out way too fast. A lot of people are dropping dead all over the place. The people who got vaccinated repeatedly got COVID, And they go, oh, you need another booster. Bullshit. Either it works or it doesn't. So, I know a lot of you guys were forced to get it, keep your jobs, but I have a little more principle. I'm a little more principled, not bragging or anything, but my life is worth more than any job. So, I wasn't working, so it didn't matter anyway, but if I had been at a job and they said, well, get the shot or get fired, it's like, see ya. Go ahead and fire me because I ain't getting it, And look what's happening now. They're being forced to rehire some of them people that they fired, plus give them back pay for the time that they were terminated. Serves the fuckers right. Curtis says, I got banned from Facebook for posting the truth. Well, that's true, and that'll happen. You can't talk about that on Facebook or YouTube. You have to go someplace like Rumble or Odyssey or any of the other Truth Social. Any of them places, they're fine. I wouldn't even use Twitter. Well, it's X now. Stupid name, by the way. Twitter was bad enough. Now it's X. What the hell does that even mean? But you have to be careful what you say on those media systems because they'll bump you off right then and there. I've been warned a few times on Facebook because I was putting my Wise Guy videos on Facebook as well as Rumble. Basically a link. And they say, well, and they would take my link off, You're violating our truth and, oh, fuck you, So I just quit doing it. I don't care anymore. I put it on Rumble and people want to see it, they'll find it. I still have a Facebook page, but I don't use it. It's there, but I haven't updated it in 2 years, That's true, JD. The doctors are beholden to Big Pharma. Well, they're the ones controlling the licensing. So whoever holds the licenses, they're ruling the roost. Unfortunately, they won't go after Big Pharma on any of this stuff. I think the CEO of all these pharmaceutical companies should be hung for treason, crimes against humanity, crimes against nature. You know, just hang them. They deserve it. They're responsible for millions of deaths with their unsafe drugs. It's bullshit, you know. But we live in, unfortunately, a very crooked society. It just is what it is. Rick says, I have a soda stream works great. Well, you got lucky because the one I bought sucked. I was all excited about it. It was just the actual soda stream brand, and I bought the machine. I bought some extra refills for it. First thing we tried doing was carbonating water, and it was like really weak, and I'm going, well, this sucks. So I discovered a flaw in it, because the way it works is it injects the carbon dioxide from the top. It's supposed to inject it down on the bottom because, you know, the bubbles rise. So I put an extension tube on it down to the bottom of the bottle, and that made a big difference, but it wasn't consistent. Some of it would have good carbonate, some of it would be weak, and I just, you know what? I gave the thing away. Like you said, you want to get a good one, you want to get a commercial one. He said, I'm going to look for a used one somewhere. Now, I'd save a bunch of money, too, because the carbon dioxide is actually cheap. You know, it's the syrup that costs you money, but I said, I'll carbonate water. I got plenty of water. Kyle says there's a cure for eating. Well, yeah, but the cure for stupidity is unfortunately very illegal. You know. That's true, you know. Actually, if they would stop saving these people from themselves, stupidity would cure itself. You know. You've heard of the Darwin Awards, right? The Darwin Awards are what stupid people get when they kill themselves accidentally or on purpose or whatever. But, you know, with all these warning signs, we're protecting stupid people from themselves. Well, don't do that, you'll die. Well, if you're that stupid and don't know, maybe you should die. I mean, sounds bad, I know, but the biggest one that got me was, when I worked at the golf course, one company came to, they sold the fertilizers and stuff for the grass, you know. It was a Ford F-350, I think, or maybe an F-450, with a long frame on it. Had a box on the back, but there was a gap of about maybe 2 foot between the cab and the box. Don't know why, but that's just the way it was. So you can see the frame. You know, the big trucks do have the big drive shaft down the bottom of it. And there was a sign on the frame. It was a circle with a line through it, and a guy getting twisted up on the drive shaft. And I think the truck didn't have a PTO, you know, power takeoff. So there's no way that thing's going to turn unless the truck's moving. If you got a PTO, it could run without the truck in gear. But it didn't have a PTO. So I'm thinking, all right, what dumbass climbed under the truck, grabbed the drive shaft, told the driver to put it in drive and go, and what did you think was going to happen? You know, I don't know the exact instances of why he would do that, but apparently somebody did it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the sign. Okay? That's stupidity. That is a recipient for the Darwin Award. Anybody dumb enough to do that pretty much needs to forfeit their life. If anything, if nothing, they should not be allowed to procreate, because that's the problem. If stupid people reproduce, they're going to reproduce stupid people. You know, you don't get smart out of stupid. And this is the problem. We're saving all these people. They're getting together, you know, with men and women, of course. They're both stupid. They have sex. They create a baby. The baby is now stupid because that's what you're going to get when you put in stupid here and stupid there. You know, stupid people do not create geniuses. They just don't. So this was the problem. Royce, the same boat as you, just no stroke or diabetes, old age, heavy set, and high blood pressure. No shot, no boosters. Never wore the mask except in the hospital or doctor's office. I was the same way. And I didn't wear a mask. I wore my bandana, you know. And they allowed it because it was the only thing I could handle. Wearing a mask actually made it difficult for me to breathe. And it was a funny thing, and I know there's a correlation here, and this is why they don't do it. Well, they're starting to do it again. But right about the time they started, when the COVID was running rampant, if you went to the doctors, you had to wear the mask. And they would not put the blood gas oximeter on you. And the reason is because you would show low blood oxygen levels. And I actually asked the nurse, I said, why don't you use that blood oxidizer thing? She said, well, we don't need to use that here. I said, you're afraid to use it because it'll show that my blood oxygen levels are actually dangerously low? Well, no, we just don't use it. I said, well, you know, it's your lie. I guess you can tell it any way you want. She got pissed off at me. So when I went home, I have one of those things, so I put the mask on, and it was real low. It was down in the 70s, where normally mine runs around 97, 98, which is normal, you know. So they stopped doing it because it basically would have meant that everybody that came in there would have needed to be put on oxygen. And they didn't want you to know that the mask was actually killing you. And it was, you know. So I wouldn't wear one. I wore the bandana because, and I wore it loosely, just on my nose. And I mean, small kids could climb under there and get down my throat if they wanted to, you know what I'm saying? It was stupid. But I just, you know, like I said, I'm kind of religious in that respect. When it's your time to die, you're going to die. That's my belief. Am I right? I don't know. But for me, that's what works, and, you know. And otherwise, I don't worry about it. I mean, I've survived one deadly flu, you know, the Spanish flu or some variant of it in the 1970s. I got that. I really thought I was going to die. I didn't go to the hospital. I just figured, well, my cure for everything back then was to get drunk. I bought a case of beer, and I got shit-faced. Next morning, I woke up fine. I had a temperature of 104 the night before I started drinking, you know. I remember I was delirious. I spoke 2 different languages that I'm not capable of doing, you know. I'm pretty sure I was talking to somebody in the room, although nobody was there. I said I was delirious, you know. But I didn't die. You know, I was 15 years old, man. You know. Yeah, I've had guns pulled on me. I've had knives pulled on me. You know, I've avoided accidents that would have killed me had I actually gotten involved in them. How I got through it, I'm not really sure. I think maybe the hand of God grabbed the wheel and got me through it somehow. You know, I don't know. But I really don't think you can die before it's your time. You know, I still won't jump out of a perfectly good airplane though with a parachute. You know, that's just tempting fate. I don't want to push my luck, but you know, this is the way it is. Let's see. Race says I've been drinking sparkling water since I love the yes, exactly. That's it. The carbonation is great. It won't hurt you as far as I know. But unfortunately, sparkling water, I was drinking it for a while, but it was starting to get really expensive. You know, like I said, before I had the stroke and was forced into retirement, I had all kinds of money. I mean, I wasn't rich, but I was doing all right. So things like that weren't a big deal. But afterwards, now I'm on a fixed income. You know, you go from $7,000 a month to $1,400. That's a big drop. You know, and things have gotten crazy expensive since then. So, you know. Roy says, Kyle, that's called death. Cure for stupidity is death. That's true. That's what I'm saying. It's not legal to do it. intentionally, but it technically is. Hey, Tiny Town Trains TV T4, how's it going? Good to see that you're out and about again. You weren't there for a while. What was going on, man? Nothing bad, I hope. This life got in the way a little bit. Kyle says, LOL, Roy, I was thinking of just eating them to space. That'll work. Hey, go check out the sun. See if it's really as high as they say it is. Right? I'm telling you. It's craziness. Roy says, research Native American history and the people of Shangri-La. Natural medicine, well, that's true. And they had cures for stuff. I had a friend who was half Indian and half Mexican. His mother was, she was Mexican. His father was Cherokee. And he told me, and I believe him, I have no reason for him to lie, when he was a little child, he got, what the hell was it? Some deadly disease, I can't remember. And she had herbs and stuff, she cured him. But she took him to the doctor, and the doctor said, there's nothing we can do for him. You'll just have to, reconcile the fact that he's going to pass. And she said, no, I don't believe that. So she went to the medicine woman in their tribe, and he was cured. I can't remember what the hell it was now, but it was something bad that you die from. So yeah, I believe that. So, I mean, you gotta figure, they had to have something back in the day before medicines. Medicines are relatively new. Aspirin was invented, what, in the 1800s, I think? They discovered it. Prior to that, there really wasn't any medicines. Not manufactured medicines, anyway. Everything was based on herbs and stuff like that, natural things. And, I mean, it had to work because otherwise, man would have died. We would have never got this far, So, JD says, pure blood here. Well, good for you, man. I'm pure blood, too. Roy said, I had the shingles in the 7th grade? Well, that's young to get them. My friend down in Naples, she got them. She's 86, I think. And she went to the doctor, and of course, first thing, well, have you ever gotten the shingles shot? Well, I didn't know there was one. She said, oh, you need the shot. So she didn't know any better. So I said, she already had shingles. He gives her the shot. 2 days later, she has a stroke. Didn't die, thank God. They were able to get it quick and reverse it. But, and then they tried to convince her that it wasn't the shot that gave her the stroke. It was the shingles. I go, bullshit, I said, shingles is basically, it's an autoimmune disease, but it generally doesn't cause stroke. I said, but the shot, on the other hand, that was one of the side effects, that you could have stroke or a heart attack, or death, I'm just weird about that stuff, man, I'm telling you. I just don't trust doctors. Ray says, I very much stick to the locally owned moms and pops fast food restaurants. That's true, all quality, no stuff, and the food they serve is real. We have a few places. We have a diner down the road. I've eaten there. Their food's good. And like I said, none of it's processed. It looks like it's all made right there on premises. So. But it's getting harder and harder to find decent food to eat, And then you buy in the store, first you got to look for GMO. And now they're finding out they don't even have to put GMO on the packaging anymore. So you might get GMO whether you know it or not. And that bothers the shit out of me, Yes, that's true, Dave. I've heard that. There's even a couple of home remedies that work. A little difficult to do. You have to make your own. It's something to do with pine needles. You got to boil it, steep it somehow, and then drink the broth. But you have to do it like within a week after getting the shot. It's supposed to neutralize the shot. I'm sure they have better treatments now aside from that, but yeah. Roy says my boss knew it was true. Of course he did. I mean, anybody who had half a brain had to realize that You know, I mean, the problem is everything in this country, well, in the world apparently, is based on fear. I call it fear porn. You know, scare people enough, they'll do whatever you want. You know, nobody wants to die, and if they think they're going to die, you know, you tell them, well, the only way you can live is to jump off the building, 10-story building, and without thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'll do it. You know, even though they know they're going to die, but people don't think when they're scared. Some do, fortunately, but I figure mostly Democrats were the ones that got the shot anyway. You know, a few Republicans, but mostly Democrats because, you know, they trust big government to their own demise, and, you know, maybe they've actually done us a favor by killing them all off. I don't know. Dave says X, formerly known as Twitch. Yeah, State Red Roy said the same thing. X, the new Twitter. Why did he come up with X? I don't get it. I mean, Twitter was a stupid name, sort of. Except that, you know, birds will tweet, apparently. Hence the logo. But X? What exactly does that mean? I don't get it, you know. It seems like he ran out of ideas. Oh, do an X on there, right? Roy says, I love getting banned 2 times at Twatter. There you go. Yeah, I got a little bit behind there, Dwight. I'll be catching up here soon. Twitter be like introducing the new and improved letter X. There you go. He got in trouble. I heard he got in trouble for changing the logo on top of the building in California. I guess he did it without a permit or something. You know, I don't understand any of that shit. Thomas says I uploaded a short. Okay, we'll look for that later. Kyle says never been banned yet. I haven't been either. I said I've gotten warnings. The first time I got a warning on Facebook, I wrote an article on the gayification of the Boy Scouts, you know. And I just said, you know, this is bullshit. I was a Boy Scout for a brief time when I was a kid. You know, I think I was 13 at the time. And, you know, they didn't have that problem then. I said, you know, it's for boys. It's for real boys. If you want to be a girl, go join the Girl Scouts, you know what I'm saying? I said, this is ridiculous. And I said, you know, a scout leader should not be gay around children. Just common sense tells you that. You know, the temptation to do something you shouldn't do would be incredibly high, I would think. You know. Well, anyway, they got an attitude, and they said, well, you know, they pulled the article for one, and they sent me a letter saying you can't talk about gays like that. I'm going, well, I'm just telling the truth. Oh, it don't matter. That's not politically acceptable. You know, fuck you, you know. Fucking assholes. But I didn't get banned, though. I thought, you know, they threatened to ban me. Go right ahead. I don't care. You know. Like, what, is that supposed to hurt me? You know. Maybe secretly or subconsciously I was trying to get banned. I don't know. You know. And I talked about a lot of stuff. Mostly anti-gay shit, but, you know. It didn't matter. I had something to say. I went and said it. He said, yeah, you're going to get in trouble. I said, oh, fine, I don't care. You know? Just proves my point if I get in trouble for it. Let's see. Thomas says, Jim, where's the Withlacoochee River? I think you're thinking of the... That's not the word. It's similar to that. I'm not sure. You'd have to look on a Florida map for that. There's, I can't remember any of the river name, but it's got something similar to that word in there. And I'm not sure where it is. Hey, James, how you doing? Good to see you here. You're here, huh? Yeah, well, better late than never, right? Dave's just trying to lawyer-proof the equipment. There you go. Good luck with that one. Off the Rails, Western Australia, OTR. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Geez, heavy topic. This is going to be a good chat. We're going to talk about everything like we usually do. James says, can't find any trains, Dwight. Okay, that's not good. It's evening here off the rail. That's true, it is. Over here. Rick says, well, Jim, I am stupid. My wife is smart. My son is an electrical engineer. Well, as long as one of yous are, that's all. Man, I'm sure you're not stupid anyway. You know. When I say stupid, I don't mean stupid. I mean, there's some people that are just really stupid. It's hard to explain. I don't think you fit in that category, you know. And, you know, I'm not stupid. I'm actually quite intelligent, but my IQ's 159. I'm not bragging, but that's what it is. At least it was prior to the stroke. Maybe now, I don't know. They say a stroke can actually lower your IQ. Possible, I don't know. But most of the stupid people I'm talking about have no sense, no common sense. Like I said, going back to the truck with the drive shaft exposed. You could be a genius, but if you get under that truck and grab the drive shaft and tell the driver to go ahead and pull forward, you've got no common sense. You can be smart and still be stupid, if that makes any sense. And that's kind of what we're talking about here, you know. There's not a lot of stupid people, but there's a few out there, you know. I mean, really stupid, you know, because they got no sense. Thomas says there's suckers born every day. Well, that's true, I guess. Thomas says, I popped a blister and it didn't hurt. Okay. Don't know where you're going with that, Thomas, but I'll go with it. Hey, Russ, Rockin' Old Railroad. How you doing, Russ? He says, stupid people, Jim. I think you mean half the population, most of the left. Definitely those that vote. Well, that's true. And that, but once again, it's common sense, you know. So you voted for a guy who for almost 50 years was a senator or a congressman, whatever the hell he was, and had zero accomplishments in that time. And he did nothing. I mean, you could double check this. They said he had zero accomplishments. And he decides to run for president, hides in his basement because he's afraid of COVID. All right? Doesn't have any rallies. Well, the few rallies he had, where he actually, you know, they coaxed him out of the basement, 20 or 30 people showed up. And he wins the election by 81 million votes. Sure he did. And I got a bridge in New York City I will give away for free tonight. You know. And that, once again, there's no sense there. You know. Most of us would look at that and say, well, wait a minute. You know. So we got Donald Trump. All right, he's an asshole. I'll admit it. I think most of us realize that Trump's an asshole. You know, he's an arrogant, self-centered narcissist that's worth billions of dollars. Of course, when you get that rich, that's the way you get anyway. But everything he did as president benefited the American people for the most part. He made a few small mistakes, but that wasn't really him. That was his advisors. Remember, the COVID vaccine was not necessarily his deal. That was, you know, he was coaxed into that. And I think the people who actually came up with the vaccine, well, and that's another thing too. You cannot create a vaccine in 6 months. It just can't be done. It takes years. And I read afterwards that that vaccine was actually available for over 5 years. So they had a drug for a disease that didn't exist yet. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? But aside from that, so you got this guy, you got Trump. Yeah, he's an idiot, but he's looking out for America and American people. Then you got Joe Biden, who's corrupt, who does all kinds of shady dealings, never accomplished a damn thing for the American people in 50 years. Who are you going to vote for? It should be a no-brainer, unless you're stupid. You know. Yeah, I agree, Thomas. That people are, they're stupid. I can beat that train, and sometimes they don't. You know. But that other thing, that subway surfing, you're out. Two kids just died again. I think last month or something, up in New York City, riding on top of a subway car, called subway surfing. They were killed. Obviously, most of them do. Were they stupid? Well, probably. But they obviously lack common sense, you know. Let's see, if I get on that 60-mile-an-hour train car and pretend like I'm surfing on the water, I'll be fine. Sure you will. Go ahead and do it, you know. And they're trying to make, well, it is technically illegal, but they don't know how to stop it. Why bother? Let them do it. You know, if you're not stupid, do the world a favor. Kill yourself, and at least you won't be passing those bad genes on to anybody else. Dave says they have some decent I'll have to check that. We have an Aldi's here. You know, by the way, Aldi's purchased, damn it, I can't remember the name of the store now. Help me out here, guys. Winn-Dixie. Aldi purchased Winn-Dixie. Now we have a Winn-Dixie here too, and I like Winn-Dixie personally because they're cheaper than Publix, and honestly can't see the difference in the food, you know, except for price. So, but I've noticed though that their shelves have been kind of light lately in Winn-Dixie, probably because of this transition. I'm wondering that when Aldi takes over, which I'm sure they already did, they'll bring in less expensive food, I hope. We'll have to wait and see on that. Let's see. Corey says, Russ, supposedly my grandparents voted for Biden. If I had a Ouija board, I would ask them. Oh, I'm sorry. They passed, didn't they? Yeah, all the dead voted, you know. They had people voting 4 and 5 times, you know. When you see, once again, this is all planned, I'm sure. I said, when I moved from Naples to here, first thing I did, literally the first thing I did, was change my voter ID, you know. Because I was registered to vote in Naples, and I figured the election's coming up soon, the midterms. So I better get, me and my wife both got online, changed our voter location, and hopefully, I still can't vote in Naples. Like I said, I don't really know. But they've been notified we don't live there anymore. My voter now shows that my residence is here in Sebring. But that was the problem. People were moving around. Nobody was making a note of it. So, you know, the Democrats are not stupid. I'm sure they went through the voter log and let's call these people up and see if they're still where they're supposed to be. Oh, this guy moved. He's over in another state. All right, we'll go ahead and mark down a vote for him. And this guy, oh, this guy died. Yeah, we'll vote. And they were doing this, and we know they were doing it. You know, it's all horseshit. Get rid of the machines. No early voting. Have vote on one day only, like they used to. You know, if you need more precincts, you get more precincts, and you go to vote. And if you don't make it to the vote, well, you don't cast your vote. Too bad. You know. I said these people that are complaining, well, I can't get to the polling place. Well, the polling place is usually within a mile of your house, usually less. Okay? Now you can walk 3 miles to the liquor store to get yourself some whiskey, or to the local 7-Eleven, which might also be a couple miles away, to get a pack of cigarettes. And you can damn sure go to the iPhone store, which is almost always 5 or so miles away. But you can't make it a mile to the polling place? Bullshit. You know what? You don't go, you don't vote. Not my problem. You know. Not telling you can't vote, but we're telling you if you don't get down there, you're not going to be able to cast your vote. I don't see the problem. T4 says, Jim, it's just as well we are retired. Working for a living is vastly overrated. Well, I kind of miss working. I mean, in some ways. I mean, yeah, it's kind of cool being retired, but I do miss the money, you know. And I really enjoyed what I did. I was self-employed, so, you know, I was handyman in the end there, and I was making damn good money. And like I said, I did good work, so But then again, looking back at it, and I might have my stroke in 2007, in the month of May, and that was right before the housing crash, in '08. Had I not had a stroke, I might have been screwed anyway because I wouldn't have been able to find. Nobody had any money. People were losing their houses left and right. They obviously weren't renovating them. So in some ways, and even though it sounds weird, it's kind of a blessing that I did have the stroke, because had I not had it, I might have been worse off. No. Leprosy, yeah, leprosy's a problem. Here in Florida, no less. Well, actually all over the country, mostly Texas. And of course it's coming from the illegals. Because leprosy was never cured. Sounds like a derailment over there. Leprosy was never cured in South America or Mexico. They still have it, and it's rampant. They also have the plague down there too, the Black Plague. Of course, that can be cured with antibiotics, which back in the 1500s or 1300s, whenever they didn't have antibiotics. But now, leprosy can be cured too, I believe. But we now have leprosy here in America. We have the plague here in America. We have tuberculosis, which is also brought up from Mexico and South America. Once again, all curable with antibiotics, but still, we had gotten rid of all those diseases, until we started letting people illegally cross. Yeah. Talk about stupid. Corey said, Russ, my grandparents have been dead for years. Yeah. But they're still voting, aren't they? Russ says, I wish I had a crystal ball for 2024, Corey. Yeah. They're going to try and do something. All right? I don't think they're going to be able to do it the same way they did. Some of the states aren't using the machine. I think Texas, they voted not to use the machines anymore. So I think they're just going to use pen and paper or something. But they're not using the electronic machines. There's a few other states as well. I think we're still using them here in Florida. I'd like to see them done away with. There's no benefit to them, obviously. It took almost a month to count the votes in 20 with the machines. So what good did the machines do? Before the machines, the votes were tallied before midnight of the voting day. What the hell's going on here, I mean, obviously it was, for a reason, but... Well, they're going to try something. I just don't know what. But I'll tell you what, if they do cheat again, it could trigger civil war in this country. Because, there's no way anybody in their right mind, even semi-right mind, is going to vote for Biden again. The guy's brain dead. He's got Alzheimer's, dementia, call it whatever the hell you want. He can't form a sentence. He talks to invisible people. He gets lost going around the corner to his house. Falls upstairs. Falls off a stationary bicycle. There's something wrong here, So, it's just not going to happen. I think they're going to ditch him before that happens. He still has a year. I think they'll use him until they can't use him anymore. They'll get rid of Harris because, she's always high, pretty sure. Who they'll put in there, I don't know. There's talk that they might even try and put Michelle in there, Michelle Obama. And get this, by now most of the world knows that's a man, Michael. He's got a package. And they say that she may actually come out and tell the truth, because right now it's not proper. I did have a derailment. It's not proper to be bigoted against the gays or the transgender. And I guess they think that if they bring a transgendered person in to run for president, they can't lose. because people will be afraid not to vote for him. I don't believe that. And we still do outnumber the Democrats, so hopefully, as long as they don't cheat, that would not happen. Because if they put it, she hates America. She's got up on public TV and admitted she hates America. Why would anybody would even vote for her? Even the Democrats would be stupid to vote for her. But, I mean, we know Biden's done. There's no way he's going to run again. I don't know if he'll even live that long, you know. Or not wind up in a nursing home, because that's probably should be in one now. I understand they're drugging the shit out of him anyway to try and keep him coherent, you know. Not good. Gerald says aspirin is found in birch bark, the Native American use. There you go. Well, I know it's a natural chemical. I mean, everything that, a lot of the things that Big Pharma has, they've synthesized, but it's also based on actual medicines that are in nature. You know, I think everything we need on the planet is right here for any diseases or anything we get. JD said, Jim, we're on the same page. Well, of course we are. I mean, you know, it's just, to me, like I said, to me, it's just all common sense, you know. And something has to happen. We can't keep going like this, you know. I don't want to see civil war. I think civil war would be ugly. I think people will take advantage of it and kill everybody, you know. I mean, some say it would be the Republicans against the Democrats, but honestly, I think it'd be everybody against everybody. You don't like your neighbor, you'll kill him and call him a Democrat, you know, or a Republican, whatever the case may be. You know, I think people will utilize that just to kill people they don't like. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but not likely. You know. The only good thing is it would be a quick war. I don't think it would go 8 years or anything like that. I don't know how long the Civil War went, but the first one. But I think it'd probably only last about 6 months before the Democrats would either be completely wiped out or they would simply raise the white flag, you know, because they're going to lose, obviously. Gerald says, SpaceX, Twitter X. Yeah, it could be. I guess Musk likes the letter X. Well, you know, he's a little X'd out anyway. I don't really have anything against Musk, but I'm telling you, there's something wrong with that guy. Him and that other guy that runs Facebook, what the hell's his name? Can't remember his name now. He doesn't look like he's normal either, you know. They act like they almost act like machines. They really do. Could they be? Who the hell knows, you know? But there's something not right with them. That's all I can say. As Roy said, the government let all the truckers continue to work. It was deemed an essential. Well, you should have been, because without the trucking, we're screwed, you know. I know you guys heard about the yellow truck going belly up, right? That's very unfortunate, because 30,000 men, and I'm sure some women, are now out of a job because of it, you know. And it really sucks, because once again, between the government and the unions, the workers got fucked. Literally, you know. I don't know what the hell is going on these days. I really don't. Corey said, rather spend a few months in the hospice than 5 years on a bedpan. What they call healthcare and longevity ain't for me. Well, there's some truth to that, unfortunately. I mean, I wouldn't want to be bedridden either. I'm hoping that when the time comes, I'll go quietly in the night, right? Hopefully not anytime soon, but, you know. I mean, if it were up to me, I'd live forever. You know, I like life. Life is fun. It's a bitch sometimes, but it's still fun, you know. Russ says, fuck California. Well, you're right about that. California, absolutely. Yeah, in San Fran, they call the cops on them. Of course they do. Because they're idiots over there, man. Curtis said this one makes my 31st time. There you go. Yeah, Raymond, unfortunately, the right to free speech is becoming a thing of the past. I temporarily. I think it'll come back eventually. Yeah, it's very hard. We're so used to saying what's on our mind that it's going to be very difficult to not do it. Ken says California is an example of what they want to do with the whole nation. Well, of course they do. They want you homeless, sick, drugged out, and queer. Derek says medicine was changed from cure them to eliminate pain in them. Push to draw. That's true. I said they'll keep you just sick enough, keep you alive, but keep you coming back because, the old saying, and it really does hold true, a patient cured is a patient lost. If you're not sick, you're not going to see the doctor. Them guys they would starve real quick. They got to keep you sick, the way it is. Russ says, well, I get in trouble for saying faggot. Well, not with me, you won't. YouTube, who knows? There you go. Raymond says the CSSR, California Soviet Socialist Republic. Yeah, actually they're worse than... it's actually they got more freedom in Russia than they do in California. Kid you not. JD says, yes, Ken, we don't want to follow California. No, we don't. Russ says common sense, stupid. Well, yeah. Unfortunately, that's becoming a thing of the past, too. Yeah, this is going to piss a lot of people off, but I'm going to say it anyway. Because I've been saying it for years. The reason why we have so many stupid people, the real reason, because we no longer engage in selective breeding. Now, before you go get crazy on me, I want to explain something. Back in the day, before I was born probably, for the most part, men would look for a good mother figure in the woman that he wanted to marry. He wanted the woman that would clean the house, take care of the kids, and, bring them up properly. He wanted a woman with good moral standing. Except in the bedroom, then he wanted a whore, which is okay. But, and the women, they looked for a man that was strong, was unafraid to do what needed to be done, would take care of the family no matter what, even give his own life to save the family. And that's what they looked for in each other. Fast forward 50 years, well, first off, look at the pickings out there. You got women that look like bad artwork. You got men that aren't much better. The men are sissified. There are 20-year-olds out there that don't know how to change a tire on a car. Some of them don't even know how to drive a car. There are women who don't know how to cook, don't know how to properly clean a house or raise children. And these people are breeding. Because the one thing you don't need instructions for, is sex. You can figure that out no matter how stupid you are. For the most part. It might take a few tries before you get things in the right place, but for the most part it's pretty easy. That's the major problem, because the standards for which men looked for women and women looked for men are no longer valid. Because they've been ruled racist or homophobic or whatever name you want to throw on it. They said, well, that's not the way you should judge people. So anything goes today. Like I said, there was a time when if you walked into a job interview and you had hair down to your ass and tattooed from head to toe and had earrings and piercings, they would you just need to turn around and leave. We're not going to waste our time here. You would not get a job with anybody for real, because that did not fit the profile of most businesses. Today you can walk in like that and you're guaranteed to get the job, because if you don't get the job, you can yell discrimination, sue the shit out of the employer, and be employed anyway, and he can't fire you. See the problem? We need to go back to selective breeding and a sense of normalcy where people grow up and accept their responsibilities as men and or women, whichever they may be. Not what they want to be, but what they actually are. You know, and start doing things the correct way again. I mean, look, you don't have to be 100%, but you should be at least 95. You know, but we've got to the point where anything goes, and there's no consequences. I believe that's the problem. I could be wrong, but I really do think that's what it is. Roy says PC is bullshit. Participation awards was the downfall of children, realizing that most will lose are actually. That's true too. We don't want to hurt their feelings. You know, when I was growing up in the school, I was never really good with sports. I played baseball a little bit, you know, kids league. I was okay, but you know, I didn't really play football because I wasn't big, you know, I wasn't fast. So there was really no place on a team for me, you know. And that was just the way it was. You know, I tried out for some of that stuff, and they basically said, "We're sorry, but you're not what we're looking for." You know. Did I go home and cry about it? No. I just figured, okay, maybe they're right. So I went and found things I was good at and did those. But today, no matter how fucking bad you are, you get some sort of a trophy or acknowledgement that you're a valuable person. It's bullshit. And Roy's exactly right. It's bullshit. You know. And it doesn't teach you to make yourself better. If I wanted to really be a good baseball player, I probably could have been. If I really had the will to do it and wanted to work my ass off and stuff, I could have worked up to it, maybe. But giving me a false award or a trophy saying, well, you know, you were here, so, you know, you're good, would have gave me a false sense of accomplishment. And then I'd be growing up thinking, well, I played baseball and I was good at it. And I got the paper here to prove it. You know, it's bullshit. Off the rails says, true, Derek, a sick community is a panic. That's true. Yeah. Thomas says, let me put it this way. Stupid is what stupid does. If someone jumped off a train trestle, and they will do it. Well, of course they do, because people are stupid. And you let those people die. I mean, it sounds bad, but the reality is if you can't kill them, then we sterilize them. We don't want you reproducing, you know. It's just not good. Hey, Otter Creek and Rio Grande. Dennis, how's it going, man? Good to see you here. Ah, no, you missed the rant. You'll have to watch the replay, sorry. It was about Dockers. It was a good one, too. Dave says, accept self-influence to make his brother rich with plenty making it back to him. Well, that's true, too. Hey, Les, how's it going? Got your stuff out in the mail today. I don't know when you'll get it, but I sent you the tracking number for it, I think. Pretty sure I did. If I didn't, let me know. Email me and I'll send it to you. But I got the address right this time. No phone number, so it should get right to your front door. Oh, man. There he says, trimming the herd, Subway Surfers. You betcha. You know. Dave says, Joe's resume, plagiarist, wife stealer, bullshitter extraordinaire. Well, you got that right, but you left out a few things. And he's all that and more, you know. JD says, you know, since I moved to Texas, I haven't seen anyone wearing a mask, but in California, I would see, some of them still wear them here in Florida, believe it or not. Not many. And they kind of give you a dirty look when you're not wearing one. It's like, you know, you're the idiot here, not me. You know, and I'm not sick, and, you know. Hey, these people are afraid of death, I guess. I don't know. We don't have Piggly Wiggly down. I think the nearest one is Georgia. I remember the first time I traveled out of state by myself, well, my wife-to-be at the time, my first wife, we went up to South Carolina to get married because we couldn't get married in Florida. And Georgia wouldn't let us get married either. I think, no, did we get married in Georgia? No, we did get married in Georgia. because I was underage, even though I had parental consent, Florida would not let me marry. So we left the state. And the first time when we left Florida, I saw a Piggly Wiggly. I thought, wrecked the car, I was laughing, sorry. What the hell is that? You know. They're a cool store, though. They really are. Corey says, JD, you ever seen someone alone in their car? Oh, yeah, that was common. Like, you know, really? And in their house, too, you know, like, really? And yeah, people are stupid that actually believe in that crap. Gerald says, Grandpa, what part of Texas are you in? I'm in Austin. Okay. You're not in the best place in Texas there, Gerald, unfortunately. In Austin, a lot of liberals there. So I've heard, I think. Derek says, Corey, I see those idiots every day. Russ says, I have a feeling there may not be an election in 24. It's a possibility. All I need is remote, though. Now, I know they're talking about a new strain of COVID that they're gearing up just in time for 24's elections. I'm sure y'all heard about it. It's going to be bullshit, of course, but I mean, they may try and pull off another lockdown, but I don't think the majority of people are going to fall for it, to be honest with you. Hard telling. Corey says, Derek, yeah, that drives me crazy. JD, those people make me want to steer up onto the curb. Yeah, here, yeah. And JD says, Russ, damn good and it is. It's possible. You never know. You know, they're going to do whatever they got to do to stay in power. And remember, this is the New World Order shit. I'm pretty sure anyway. I'm not 100%, but I'm reasonably sure this is all New World Order stuff. And there's two things right now that's stopping one world government. That's Russia and us. Now, they're working on Russia. And you got to wonder why Biden has got such a hard-on for Russia. And that's because he's part of the New World Order people. Once they get rid of Russia, then it's going to be open season on America. And they're behind. All this stuff was supposed to happen back in 2000. Remember Y2K? That was supposed to be the beginning of the New World Order. It didn't happen because most of us knew about it and a lot of other shit got in the way. But they're so far behind now that they're in a rush. And that's what I said. They're screwing up. They're making a lot of mistakes. They're blatant about it. They're doing stuff right in front of us. They used to do it on the sly, you know. Slip in a law here and do that, do this, and quietly until, you know, we wake up and go, oh shit, what happened? But now they're so behind, they're desperate. They're trying to get this one world government in right now. And I think that's going to be their downfall because they're going to make mistakes. I hope anyway. But trust me, right now, America and Russia are the two fucking stepping stones that's keeping the New World Order from going in. They have to disarm us before they do anything, and they're having a tough time doing it. I mean, Biden's talking about actually just eliminating the Second Amendment. He can't do it, you know. And even if he did, we're not going to pay attention to it. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, come and take them, you know. Because we know the minute we give up our guns, we're dead. That's a guarantee. It's the only reason China has not invaded us yet. Because while they may outnumber us, we've got more firepower than they do. Plus, we got better resolve. We would destroy the Chinese. And they know it. Same reason Japan would attack the mainland back in 44 or whenever the hell they did it. 41, I don't remember what year it was, but you know, when they hit Pearl Harbor, because was it Hiromoto, or I don't remember his name, but the emperor over there told him, he said, we can't attack America. There's a gun behind every blade of grass. And he was right. And that was nothing to compare to what we got now. You know. So don't ever give up your guns, whatever you do, because the minute you do, you're dead. And that's why I don't think the New World Order people are, I mean, unless they literally would probably have to nuke us, if that's even possible, and I'm not sure about that either. or find some way to kill us off, but they risk destroying the land as well. And America is rich in everything the world needs. Destroying the country permanently would not benefit anyone. So I don't think they'll do it. And Dennis says, Rush, you're right. My gut says you may be right. Just wondering what the excuse will be. Global warming, aliens, or another pandemic. Maybe all of the above. You guys noticed the emphasis on UFOs lately? Have you ever heard of Project Bluebeam? If you haven't, look it up. It's laser-based holography. And they supposedly have the ability to do this, to project images of UFOs or whatever in the air, make them look real, to fool the public into thinking that we're being invaded by aliens, or that Jesus Christ returned, or whatever the hell they're going to do. Don't believe any of it. It's all a lie. That's a possibility. I think they're preparing us for alien invasion. Every day you hear something new about UFOs. I had one senator, I think, a good congressman, he said, well, we're pretty sure there's intelligent alien life out there. The problem is we probably can't stop them, which, if there was, which there isn't, pretty sure, but if there was, you're right, we couldn't stop them. All right? If they're thousands of years ahead of us and they have the ability to travel through the vastness of space, if such a thing exists, nothing we have is going to even... It'd be like ants trying to kill men, It's not going to happen, So, but they're going to try it either way. And of course, a pandemic could happen. They're already talking, like you said, the COVID subvariant. Oh, well, it's getting bad. People are dropping all over the place. No, they're not. We're not seeing any pictures or names. The only people that are dropping are the people who got the vax. Some of them. So don't buy into this shit that COVID's killing anybody, because it ain't. I mean, regular flu, the seasonal flu kills 165,000 people every year. I think in this country alone. And once again, if it's your time, you're going to die. If you're not in good shape, it could kill you. Don't buy in anything they do. Everything they do from this point on is going to be very suspect. Period. I don't care what it is, Kent, the state of Maryland makes employers pay 3 hours to allow you to vote. No excuses for not voting. Amazing, most of the complainers did. Well, of course they did. That's what I'm saying. As far as I know, all the states, I don't know if they have to pay you, but they can't terminate you for going to vote. That is your absolute legal right to leave your place of employment for whatever long it takes, hour, 2 hours, whatever, to go cast your vote and come back to work. Every place I ever worked paid me to go out and vote. I mean, it was on the clock. I didn't have to clock out to go vote. I didn't, abuse it. So most places where I lived, the polling place was usually within a mile or two of wherever I lived. So, it took 10 minutes to get there, cast my vote, and get back to work, So any company that doesn't allow that, you should probably report them, because they're breaking federal law. Curtis says they're saying if they don't get Trump in court, they will kill him. I believe they'll try. They did try in the past. Trump was smart. He never really publicized a lot of it. I don't think he wanted to scare anybody, but Trump carries too. He has his own, carry permit, and he's surrounded by, Secret Service. Does it mean he can't be killed? No, probably not, but I honestly think he has the hand of God protecting him. He is exactly what we need in this country right now. So, and if they do kill him, you know what's going to happen. Civil war. Guaranteed, man. There won't be no holding back. There'll be no arguing, no thinking about it. Pick up your guns and start killing the enemy. Guaranteed. I absolutely guarantee that's what will happen if they kill him. And no matter how they try and cover it up or sugarcoat it, nobody's going to believe it. We're going to know he was assassinated by the Democrats or the New World Order people. So, I don't know. CSX Productions, hey, how's it going? Good to see you. That's true, JD. If you don't vote, you can't say shit. Now, I miss a lot of local votes because, I don't know, usually I don't hear about them until afterwards. But anything like president, vice president, Congress, and Senate, I always vote on those. As a matter of fact, I can honestly say I've never missed a vote from the time I turned 18. And I'm 63. Because it is important, Let's see, Derek says, Corey, if they could, they would sell those pedestrians with the mask a bumper to wear while, yeah, they probably would. I'm surprised they haven't yet. Just put them in a damn bubble and be done with it, right? Jay says, Derek, don't forget the seatbelt. I don't wear them things either. You know what? I like to live dangerously. You know why? Because, and I've said this too, and you may or may not agree with me, but, back in the day when it was dangerous to drive, we all knew this, and we acted accordingly. Yes, there were accidents. There weren't quite as many fatalities because, people knew that if you screwed up, you might die. So what do? Well, first they come up with car insurance. Because when I started driving, car insurance was if you wanted it. It wasn't mandatory. It wasn't mandatory, I think, until I turned 19 or 20. All right? And I didn't have it when I first started driving. I was driving since I was 12, but legally driving from 15 on. I never had insurance. And I knew I had no insurance, so believe me, I paid attention. Because if I got in a wreck and it was my fault, my life would be screwed. So I knew that. I took on that responsibility and I drove accordingly. Did I drive like an old man? No, I still drive like an idiot. But I'm good at what I do, I pay attention. I don't pull out in front of people. I don't run stop signs. I pay attention. So anyway, the first thing is they come with insurance. The insurance will cover you financially. You get in a wreck, even if it's your fault, not a problem. You're covered. Then they came up with the seatbelt. Well, seatbelts will save your life. So if you get in a wreck, you got insurance will cover you financially. The seatbelt will save your life. And of course, they came out with the airbag after that. Well, so an airbag is even better than the seatbelt, but it works in conjunction with it. So between the seatbelt and the airbag, you can't die. They lied, of course, because people die anyway. A bag exploding in your face will not necessarily save your life. All right. Now, my cars, I take the airbags out. Well, at least disable them anyway. They can't go off. All right. I don't wear glasses as a rule when I'm driving because my farsight is good. But back when I did wear glasses, I don't want that thing blowing up in my face, pushing my glasses probably into my eyes, breaking my nose, possibly pushing that up in my brain, And I actually set one off under controlled circumstances because they never showed you back. Remember when you turn on the TV commercial, they show the bag deploying gently and slowly, and the dummy's like, oh yeah, I'm okay now. But that's not what really happens. This fucking thing goes off in a split second, a microsecond, with enough force, the force probably of a car running into you, And sometimes they don't deflate, which can smother people, and it has happened. Other times, the button that's in the back that's away from you doesn't exit the front, comes through, and actually kills you. They've had people die from the little, I call it a button, it's an air release, pressure release valve that blows out after it inflates. Sometimes it malfunctions. There's a lot of things that could go wrong. I'm thinking, I don't need that. But see where we're going with this. They've convinced people that financially you're okay because of car insurance, and your life will be saved because of seatbelts and airbags. So what do you do when you get in your car? I don't care, because no matter what happens, I'm going to live. People got stupid behind the wheel, and I've seen this just in the last 40 years or so. You know, you always have car accidents, but they're worse now and more common now than they ever have been. The cars are junk. They fold up like accordions, you know. Even if you do survive the crash, you may no longer have legs because they got cut off by the dash, you know, when the car did one of these accordion deals. You know, like I said, you may not die. Maybe you wished you were dead. I don't know, but if people would use their brains and understand and believe that driving is a dangerous game, we would all be safer. But if you think you're safe and just la 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 doing whatever you want, believing that you can't die, that's a recipe for disaster. If you think I'm wrong, you can tell me right now. But I guarantee you I'm correct. Yeah, Ken, you're absolutely right. That's what I said. Corey said, haha, Derek, I just had a mental image of that. Oh, the bumper? Yeah, that would be weird, wouldn't it? Yeah. And Rick said they're going through the graveyard and asking who they want to vote for. Yeah. Well, I don't think they're going to get away with it. I know a lot of the voter rolls were purged after Trump made a big stink about it. So they're going to have a tough time pulling that one off. If they will get some votes, they won't get near as many. And I think, personally, a lot of Democrats are going to vote for Trump too, because some of the more smarter ones, if there is such a thing, are going to see the folly of what Biden's doing. Biden is destroying this country, bit by bit. You know. And I always make it a point to tell the Democrats, because I write a lot of letters to Quora and forums, different stuff. They said, you know, I said, you guys got to remember one thing, and don't forget this. This is the most important thing I'm going to tell you that you'll ever hear in your life. And no matter what happens, if you guys succeed, and the Chinese do invade America, because they will at some point if they succeed in what they want to do, you know, they'll be invited in by the likes of Biden. And the first thing they're going to do, they're going to round up all the traitors, and they're going to kill them. And that's going to be 99% of the Democrats and all the politicians. Oh, they'll kill the rest of us too, but we'll die for different reasons. But they're going to kill you first, because the first thing the enemy does when they take over a country or a company or whatever it is, they get rid of the traitors. Traitors can't be trusted. They sold out their own country, they'll sell out the new guys too. That's why they have to be eliminated. And I try and drive this point home as much as I can, and I would urge all of you to do the same thing. When somebody comes and says, well, I think we're doing the right thing or whatever, just remember, guys, the one saying that and thinking that, you're going to be the first to die. You're not going to get what you've been promised. You will be executed as the traitor that you are. Some of them may think about it and change their minds. Who knows? But it really is true. Russ says, and when they do, Curtis, they will declare martial law. They Dems don't even care about. Well, that was probably what would actually trigger a civil war, because we're just not going to play that game. You know, the problem with the Democrats is they're delusional. They really are. I mean, they're evil, but they're also stupid and delusional. They actually believe that if they write a law, no matter how bizarre or outlandish or how ungodlike, that we're just going to listen to it. They are wrong. You know, there is a line that you cannot cross with the majority of Americans. And the Democrats want to cross that line. It'll be their downfall, trust me. Raven says, Buck Biden. Absolutely. Race fan says 2024 is, oh yeah, it will be. I said, I really don't know what's going to happen, but it won't be good. Derek says, Big Jim, why wouldn't they cheat the same way again? Nothing has been changed to stop them, and now they have half the population afraid to talk about. Well, Well, I think first off, Trump is going to. I think he's going to put things in place. You got to remember, Trump was not very. I can't think of the right word for it, but he wasn't prepared for being a president. I don't think he had really any real sense of just how low and evil the Democrats were. And that was his downfall. That's what hurt him. He's a lot smarter now. He's seen what they do. He sees what they're capable of. And I think he's even seen what they could even be capable of. And that's beneficial for him and for all of us. So I think at some point they're not going to be able to get away with it. There's no way that anybody's going to believe that Biden or Michelle or Newsom or whoever they try to put president is going to get all the votes. And it's kind of basically what happened with Biden. 81 million votes is a lot of people. You know, that was more than Obama got. You know, and the only reason Obama won, that's assuming they didn't cheat, which I believe they did, because he was black. You know, oh, we got to vote for the black guy because, you know, he's black. And if we don't vote for him, we'll be called racist. We don't want to be called racist. I think a lot of people are over that now, too, you know. I don't care what you call me, you know. Am I racist? Not by my definition, you know. Or maybe I am racist. I'm not prejudiced. Now, you go look in the encyclopedia, and I wish I had an old one because I know this for a fact. The definition between prejudiced and racist were two different definitions. A racist is someone who looks out for their own kind, their own race, which is normal, you know. A prejudiced person is someone who hates someone because they're different. In other words, a different color or a different race. But if you look in today's dictionary, dictionary, you'll find those two words have the same meaning because they changed them. But and you all the guys probably know this. I mean, you know, some of y'all are really smart, probably smarter than me. The words had two different meanings, you know. Because they didn't call people racist back in the day. They called them prejudiced. You know, you're prejudiced against that black man, or you're prejudiced against that Mexican, or that Asian, or whatever. Meaning you didn't like him because he was different from you. But now the key word is racist. There's a test I used to tell people, and some of you might get mad. If you do, that's on you. I'm not going to apologize for anything because just the way I am. I said I'm not really racist, or not the way they say anyway. You're on a 10-story building. There's two men. You go up there. I don't know why you're up there, but you go up there and you see two men hanging on for dear life. One is black, one is white. You're white. Who are you going to save? Now be honest, okay? You don't have a lot of time to think about it, but you know you can only save one person. There's no way you can save them both. So let's say, I'll save both. You can't do that. You can only save one. You're white. There's a white guy ready to follow his death. There's a black guy ready to follow his death. You don't know either one of them. So you can't say, well, you know, I know him, he's a friend. No. None of that applies here. It's just instinct. Your first instinct is to save the white guy, okay? Now, does that make you a racist? Technically, yes. Not against the black guy, but you're looking out for your own. Now, let's reverse it. Same two guys are hanging off ready to die. You're a black man up on the roof, and you're going, I got to save one of them. I can't save both. Who are you going to save? You're going to save the brother, okay? Because you look out for your own. It's wired into you. It's not bad. It's not evil. It's not prejudice. It's not anything. It's nature, you know. Same thing if you had animals up there. If you had a dog and a cat hanging off there, and the dog comes up, who do you think he's going to save the cat? Dogs don't like cats, okay? Not really. He's going to save one of his own before he saves something else. It's a valid test. A lot of people tell you, well, you're racist. You hate blacks. And no, I don't hate blacks. I don't hate anybody. You know, not really. I don't care what color you are. You know, if you're a decent person, law-abiding, you're not trying to hurt me or my family, we'll get along just fine, you know. I have black friends, I have white friends, I have Asian friends, I have Mexican friends. I get along with everybody. Till you screw with me. You screw with me, well, then we're going to have a problem. That's normal. But that's the test. And a lot of people, they don't like to answer it because they're conditioned not to. I mean, well, I'd save the black guy. But you're white. You let your own kind die to save a black guy. Oh, yeah. Why? Well, because he's black. No, that's not the right answer. And that's not what you would actually do anyway. If you did, technically you're a race traitor, you know. This might be some of you guys' heads, I don't know. But I'm saying this was a valid test and they should tell this to everybody, because if they say, well, you know, everybody's equal. No, not really. They are to a point. It's the same. Let's try something different. So you're up on the same building, and there's a gay guy and a straight guy. They're both white. You're white. One of them's going to fall. They're both going to fall to their death. You can only save one. Who are you going to save? Sure, it's only going to be the gay guy. I guarantee you. Okay. Now, is that homophobic? The gays would say you are. Well, he hates gays. He's going to let the gay die. Well, yeah, in a way, but you can only save one. That's the catch. And if there's a way you can save both, you'd probably save them both. But you can't. So who are you going to save? Unless you yourself are gay, and that's not. If you're gay, you're going to save the gay guy because he's like you. Fuck the straight guy, let him die. You know. Unless he's got a cute ass, and to save him anyway. That's all weird here. But it's true. You know. A lot of people don't like to get into that type of a conversation because it does cause problems in some cases. But it is the absolute truth. And like I said, I'm not racist by their definition. I don't care what color you are, you know. If you're a decent person, you're my friend. If you're an asshole, we're going to have a problem. I don't care what damn color you are, you know. Same thing. If you try and rob me, break in my house and kill me or my family or steal my shit, I will kill you regardless of your color. My bullet doesn't care what color you are either. You know? You could be a white guy breaking into my house. I will still shoot you dead. If you're a black guy breaking into my house, I will shoot you dead. You know? I mean, come on, most of you guys, and you know where I'm coming from, because y'all feel the same way, I'm pretty sure. Some of you may not, but I think you really do. JD says, I took an oath 46 years ago and it has no expiration date. I didn't take that oath, unfortunately, but you know what? I'll stand beside you and fight with you, or alongside you. Yeah, because this is my country. I do love my country. And I think it's worth saving. It's also worth dying for if necessary. So, count me in, man. Yeah, that's what I say, Gerald. Kill them all, let God sort them out. There you go. Roy says if they cheat, you're well. Yeah, I think it's not gonna take much to start a civil war, to be honest with you. I think it could happen even for something really stupid, you know. There you go. Dave said the same thing. Never took an oath, but will stand with you, JD. I think most of us will. I'm armed to the teeth. I'm ready to go, you know. I'm at that point, I don't care. I mean, really, you know. The best of my life is behind me. And I would rather die on my feet fighting for what's right than to be on my knees begging for my life, because they're going to kill you anyway. So, you know, might as well die with a little dignity, right? Hopefully you get a bunch of them to take with you. Well, they'll be going to a different place, but you get the point. CSX said if Elvis Presley was still alive, I would love to have him as president. I don't know that much about Elvis. There's a lot of stuff that I think a lot of people didn't know about him, good stuff. I don't know. Like I said, anybody would be better than who we got now. I think my dog would be a better president than Biden. Sorry. Doesn't say much, barks a lot, but I think you do the right thing. The rest of just put Kamala in a padded room so she can spend the rest of her life painting her nails. As long as she's got a few bags of weed, she'll be fine. I could be wrong, but I swear to you, every time I see her on TV, she looks like she's stoned. I could be wrong, but that's just what I see. I mean, I see the glazed eyes and that whole... Yeah. And she's always laughing. Never trust anybody laughs like that, There's something not right there, I'm telling you. And the only reason they made her vice president because she was a woman. I guess they couldn't find a better one, but you figure you got Joe Biden, a dyed-in-the-wool politician who's going to make all our dreams come true. And not only that, I'm going to make a woman my vice president because I like women. He was half right. He likes little women. I don't know. Dennis says, peaceful coup by the military. Get rid of the damn voting machines. Go back to hand counting at the precinct level. Do not support the DNC. I agree with you. RNC's no better. I'm a Republican, technically, but if it were up to me, I'd have half of them hung, too. Probably more than half. The bottom line is, they've got their hands in the cookie jar for so long that they're not going to easily take their hand out of it, And I don't know if you remember, it was quite a while back. It was in the 80s. And the saying was Queen House, kick them all out. And they didn't. They came close. But that's what we really need to do. Everybody who's in there now, I don't care who they are, boot them the hell out. Whether you've been there for 4 years or 100 years, you're done. We're done with you. Put some normal people in there with controls. Give them a reasonable salary. What they're getting now is not reasonable. It's way more than it should be, They should basically be getting about $20 an hour, And if you miss a meeting or whatever, you get docked for it, just like we do. You don't show up to work, what happens? Well, we can't pay you for today, sorry. Well, they don't go to half the meetings, and they still get their money. Bullshit. You miss a meeting, we take away, instead of a day, we'll take away a week. How's that sound? Make sure you show up. And if you vote for anything or write a law or bill that's unconstitutional, I mean, it's simple to figure it out. You not only lose your job, you will be either executed or sent to prison for the rest of your life. And that's how you keep these assholes honest. I wish I was president, I really do. I'd make a damn good president for about the 3 weeks before they killed me. But, I got the right ideas. Yeah, Zuckerberg. I can never remember his name. Zuckerberg. Fucking name is that anyway? Dennis says, I was deemed essential as well. Worst year of my career. Yeah, it was a rough time, man. I tell you. I saw everything going on. I didn't even know what the hell to say, I think my thing stopped again, maybe. I don't know. Let's see here. That could be my... Damn it. What the hell. I gotta get a mouse for that thing. That stupid touchpad. I hate it. I think my chat stopped, maybe. Anyway, I want to do something real quick. This is sort of train related. Wow, that thing's just flying. Russ, yeah, there you go. Hey, Frank, Steeler fan, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, my chat stopped. Sorry. I'm actually on the website now looking at it, but Russ said I would probably try to save both and get us all killed. There you go. I mean, if you could, you would, but... And Gerald said Nautilus is done. Yes, it is, actually. Russ said no ballots accepted after midnight. But I agree. Frank, Thingiverse is probably one of the better ones. The other one is, Yeggi. Y-E-G-G-I. Yeggi has a lot of stuff. Some of it's free. Some of it you got to pay for. But they're, between them and Thingiverse, you can usually find what you want. There's a few other ones. There's Turbo Squid. And I can't think of the other one. Turbo Squid is outrageous. There's stuff there that I saw a file for a semi-tro. They wanted $60 for the file. I go, really? You know, I guess they think they're gold or something. All right. Know what that looks like, right? looks like a fish. That's half embedded into something. But that's the back half of the Nautilus. And peel that right off. I said there'll be some cleanup on this too. Let's see here. This way, here we go. I'm working with the delay here. I'll have to glue it together, but that's basically what it looks like, sort of. I said I'll have to sand both pieces and get a good fit. It's going to look good though when I get it. I'll paint it up real nice. And probably next time we do it, the next week I should have it done. And probably even mount off to make a mount for it as well to put it on the flat card. But we'll get that done. But anyway, this is what I want to do. I started this last week. And I'm going to put some links here. So you can find, I didn't do the links last week, but I'm going to do it this time. YouTube.com/@ SE Cat 619. Okay, this was the first one. You guys would do me a favor and click on this link. This is for Chessy Cat. He only has 111 subs, and I'd like to see his sub count go up a little bit. And I'll be doing this every week. I'm going to find guys with low sub counts, post their link up here, and beg y'all to subscribe to them. That's the first one. The next one is, there's 3 of them here. And this is, oops, screwed up here already. Some of these guys have incredibly long channel names. And here's the next one. This is Carolina Foothills Railroad. He only has 85 subs. And I sure would appreciate if you'd sub up to him too if you haven't already. He's got a nice little layout too. So check him out and let's build up his sub count a little bit. Appreciate that, Gerald and Les. Russia, I don't yet. I think I'm going to start posting stuff on my Rumble account for Millennium County. I might even do it on the YouTube too. I'll be working on that because I know a lot of people have been asking about it. So I'll start doing that. Anyway, I got the last one here. Is YouTube. Alright, this last one is Race Fan. He's here in the chat too. Race Fan only has 26 subs. He doesn't really have a lot of content, or not much anyway, but and still I appreciate if you'd sub up to him. And you know, like I said, we got to help each other out here, guys. So you know, I try and sub up to everybody who's involved in our hobby, and I would beg everybody else to do the same thing. I can't help myself. That's just the way I am. Hey, John Nippenberg, how you doing? And thank you much, sir. Frank says, can't find real cars like you're making. No, probably not. Now, I've basically got 3 that I'm doing that I like. I've got my flat cars. This one isn't finished yet. But this is all printed. These are weighted and everything. Get that right in there. And of course, I have a wood top for a simulated wood top. I use metal wheels, Katy couplers, number 158s. And I could letter I can put any color you want. I can letter them and number them whatever you want. This is the first one I really came up with. These are 60-foot flats. I can also change the dimensions on them. If you want a 40-footer, I could do 40-foot. If you need an 85-footer, I could do 85-foot. So I could basically make these things to order. Basically, a completed flat car I get $22 for. That sounds like a lot of money. It really isn't. But what actually cost me money, of course, is the metal wheels and the couplers. And I'm using weights. Matter of fact, Gerald, I got to thank you again for last week. And I went out and I bought them. Look familiar? I got this delay here on the screen. It drives me nuts, but I guess I'll deal with it. I bought the weights. $10 for these, half-ounce wheel weights. It's like 2 pounds here, I think. And they got sticky out of it. They're perfect for this. I didn't know that they had these at Harbor Freight. And so Gerald talked about them last week. I said, you know what? And I did. A couple of days after, I told my wife, let's go to Harbor Freight. I'm going to buy some wheel weights. And I'll be getting more of these as I need them. But, so everything is weighted. These cars are not just cheap plastic. I do make it a point to make sure they're correct. If there's a flaw in them, in the trash they go as a rule. So I got that. I've got my gondolas. I don't have one handy here, but you've probably seen them. They're 60-foot as well. They can also be made in different lengths. Like I said, everything is customizable. Same deal with that. Whatever paint you want, road name, road numbers. You tell me what you want, same deal with those. Those are $22 as well. I also started making tankers. Now this one's not finished yet, but I actually made this from scratch. And I've got to put the steps on there yet, the ladders, and there's a railing that goes all the way around. And of course it gets decaled up. Got the hazardous chemical tags on there everything gets, you know, I do a nice job on these. Like I said, I'm not finished with this. I did sell a couple of them already. Actually, I think I gave one away and sold another one. So I am making them. That's another one. And this one here, this is a project from Dave Thurber, Crooked River and Eastern. And this is a syrup tanker. These are 16,900 gallons, I think. Something like that. I don't remember exactly. But I've got to finish this one yet. I've still got to make the safety rails on the ends, both sides, and the rails on the top, and the ladders. And of course this will be decaled. I want to smooth this one before I go any further with it. So I'm looking at ways to smooth it out. I think it was Dwight told me to use, I can't remember, it was for body work on cars, and it will work on this. So I'm going to be working on that here. So I've got those. Those are the cars that I'm presently making. I am working on this here. I'm not finished with it yet, but I will be making operational crossing signals with a motorized arm and flashing lights. I'm not sure on the price of these yet. I'm still in a testing stage. I'm waiting on some stuff for this. There's two ways I'm going to do this. It's going to be Arduino controlled or manually controlled. And of course there'll be a big price difference between them, but I think at the very most I'm looking at $50 for a pair. I will try and make it less if I can, but like I said, the 3D part's easy to print. It's cheap. It's the motorizer stuff. Like, I have a linear actuator on this. Well, you can see that. And that's $10. So, you know, two of them, a pair of these, you're $20 in actuators right there. And of course, the Arduino boards are another $6. You only need one. You'll need sensors. So I'm not going to make a lot of money on this, but that's the idea. I'm not trying to make money. That's a drop-in system, by the way. You'll put it in from on top of your benchwork, and there'll be 6-wire harness on it. You'll drop down. You grab the harness from underneath. You don't have to get under the table. And you can set up a drawer or something behind your fascia if you want, and you know, have your controls there for it. Well, that's my plan for that. That may be several months away yet, but it is on. I'm working on it. Sandable primer, yeah, that'll work. And that red shit, I can't remember what it's called now. It's I can't remember what the hell. You know, I know these things, but I don't. You know? Anyway, it doesn't matter. But put Mrs. Butterworth on it. There you go, Frank. I'm printing my own trucks. Okay, I don't have any extras here right now, but I found a file for trucks that is perfect. I print them out. I do run the truck tuner through them. One of these deals. I know y'all know what the truck tuner is. And when I get done with them, man, they roll without any resistance at all. So when I use metal wheels on them, I'm using these. They're 33 wheels, 33 inch, all metal, and KD number 158 couplers. So I'm not building cheap crap here. I mean, this is very reliable stuff, and it's going to track well. It's weighted properly. I think Tom Grassi gave me the weight scale for all the different cars. So generally they're within a half an ounce of what they're supposed to weigh. And so they're not exact, but close. But you don't have to worry about it because, you know, like I said, the weights are in there. Nitro stand paste, that could be. It's another, they had another name for it, I can't remember what it's called. But you know what I'm talking about. Where's that truck file? What do you need the file? I'll mail it to you. Send me an email. My email address is down on the bottom there. And he said, unfortunately, I got the delay here, so we're making things difficult. Yeah, well, you see it down there. Send me an email. Just put in the thing there that you're looking for the truck file. I will send you the file. You can 3D print them yourself. You won't have to do anything with them. I'll send it in STL file so you can utilize it in any way you want. So, but I would recommend using a filament printer to print them. Tom Grassi tried printing them with his resin printer. They're not very strong, and it doesn't take much to shatter them. So the resin print is perfect. I mean, they're flexible enough to where you can't really break one, which really try. So, I might have your email. I would send it anyway, Frank, just to be on the safe side. I don't always, I try and save stuff, but just do me a favor, work with me here. Send me your email, send me an email, and I'll make sure I get it back to you. I'll do that tomorrow if you send it to me sooner. So if you're looking for nice 2-bay hopper files covered or not, I could probably make them. I mean, there's a lot of files out there. As I said, if somebody has something that I like, I will utilize it. And like I said, I can size anything to what you want. You know, like I said, it seems like the average, the good number for selling this stuff complete is $22. That's for, you know, painting, decals, metal wheels, Katy couplers. It's really a good deal because, well, I'll tell you guys what you pay for this shit. You know, flat cars, I saw flat cars going for $60. I'm going, really? You know, the hoppers are going for 45 up. I don't get it, And they're really not much different than what I'm making. Not really, So, Frank says I want to make my own about 15. Not sure what that word is. Why I'd want to make my own. Well, yeah, it makes sense. Hey, it's cheap, And I will give people files if they want them. I don't care, You want me to print them up and make them for you, I'll do it. If you want to do it yourself, well, I'll give you the files. I don't care, Not a big deal. I could sell the files, I guess, but, I say I ain't looking to get rich off of this shit. And most of the guys really don't want to mess with it themselves, so I'm not really worried about losing business, you know what I'm saying? Thomas Morris, yeah, I know, you won that. and you like it, right? It came out nice, and I mean, like I said, I do pretty good. Can you print those flat cars no scale? Oh yeah, absolutely. Any scale realistically HO and O scale. I could probably do N, but I really don't want to. And don't even think about asking me to do Z scale. But yeah, I could do it no scale, no problem. Yeah, I also have non-train things. Well, they're train related, but I do the water tower. Matter of fact, was it John Nippenberg, I think? Was it you, John? I sold the water tower too, and that was O scale. That was nice. And I also have an HO scale version of it on my way out there. I don't know if you can see it or not. Well, you probably can't, but. So I could print those as well. I have those. I have. I'll make them. Like I said, I'm going to set up a website, I think, or maybe another page on my channel to show what I can make and get some prices on there. And you could just, pick what you want. Give me the specs that you want, and I'll be more than happy to make it for you. No, probably not G scale. I would need a bigger printer for that, and so I don't want to get into that. That's you get in the O scale is one thing, but G scale, that's a whole different deal. Yeah, John, thanks, man. I appreciate that. So, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, if there's something I could build, I'll do it. Now, recently, Jason, the train freak, he sent me an email. He wanted me to make an international harvester. I think it was a T9 crawler excavator. It had a crane attachment on it. I found pictures of it, but there's no way. I don't think I can make it. I mean, not to make it look right. It was a little too complex even for me, so I unfortunately had to pass on it. But it was a good idea. I mean, like I said, even whether you think I can make it or not, if you're interested, let me know. Send me a picture or tell me what you want. I will let you know if I can do it. Like I said, Dave Thurber asked me about the syrup tanker. He sent me actually a blueprint for a real one, and I was able to replicate that for the most part. I said I'm not finished with it yet, but I've been so busy here that I can't get anything done. But I was able to replicate it and build it in HO scale, and it's the proper scale if my ruler is right. Anyway, if this thing's right, it's the right scale, because that converts HO millimeters and all that. So, but yeah, like I said, I don't mind doing it. And I could make some things. Like I said, if it's too complicated, probably not. And not only that, but if you got something that's really something that would take me like a month to build, I ain't gonna be giving that away cheap. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't want to get into big money either. So, But yeah, I don't. Like I said, a lot of you guys probably figured it might be cheaper, and it is. to buy them either pre-made off me, or like I said, I will give you the files if you want to print your own, than it is to go out and buy the stuff from the store. And they're just getting more and more expensive. I saw today in that, the hell is it called? One catalog. I can't think of the name of it now, but we all get it. But my paint booth. I paid $60-some for my paint booth. Okay. I just saw it in the same catalog today. $219. That's a hell of a price jump. But this is what's happening. I mean, it's ridiculous, you know. And it's just going to keep getting more. It's just going to get to the point where people will have to start printing their own of everything because they can't afford to buy it, you know. And fortunately, you literally can't. Oh, that's will build well cars. You can see them coming around here in a minute. I could do those as many as you want. I built a bunch of those for less in Australia. And now the way I did those now, I weighted the containers in them because the cars themselves weren't weighted, and you really couldn't weight them. At least I couldn't properly. So you really have to have a load in there for them to be proper. But now I just recently found a file where I could put a thin printed thing there that I could put those little weights in that actually hides it. So I could probably weight the new ones. Also the flat car with the truck chassis loads in it, you can see those. I make the truck chassis as well. There's a lot of stuff I can do. And if you look up on the second shelf up there, on the top, that orange unit there, that's the overhead crane. I printed that as well. And as well as on the bottom shelf in the front, all the gray buildings. Oh, I should point that way, really. That's the sugar plant. I printed all that as well. So really, and I also have a replica of my house, and my guest house, and the train shed, even my little storage shed on the layout representing my actual property. And I printed all that out too. You know, I'm getting good at this shit, man. So, and like I said, I'm reasonable on price. And I can save you a lot more than if you tried to buy it. So, and a lot of the stuff they simply don't make, you know. Also, my passenger guy, Amtrak 85-foot passenger cars, can't see them right now, but I printed myself up 4 of those. Now, I bought those files, but I did have to modify them a little bit. I didn't like the way they were. So I modified them. I put contact wheels on there, and they're lighted as well. And they have the keep alive circuit in there to keep the lights on. Came out real nice. So I'm printing everything I can because basically I run out of money. You know. Matter of fact, I just ordered today from Yankee Dabbler. I ordered another 100 wheel sets. I think, is it 100 pair, I think? Oh, it's 100 pack. I bought these right here. And this was like $70, I think. But I went through them. I mean, I got like, I think 2 left. Take it back. I got 1 lone wheel left. So, I intend to build more cars, so I'm definitely going to need more of these, you know. I've still got a small amount of Katie couplers left. I'll buy more as I need them. They're not cheap either. But, no, I have not completed the trump car. It's still sitting here. It's close. I've got the wheels in, they've got the contacts on them. I've got this setting in here right now. I got to pull it back out, run the wiring through there. And I've got, everything is mounted here light-wise. I've got to make the keep alive circuit. I think that's the only thing holding me up was the keep alive circuit. This is using 12-volt lighting. So I can't use the same circuit I put in my other rail cars. So I've got to get a bigger super capacitor to handle 12 volts. I got to order it. I just haven't gotten around to it. As soon as I get it, I can finish that up. They said all the painting is done. I repainted the upper level. Got the people in there. So it just needs to be put back in place. And it'll be ready to go soon. Unfortunately, like I said, and I know it's not a very good excuse, but I've been so busy printing stuff for everybody else. I don't have a lot of time doing it for my own, you know. Thomas Moore says, Jim is one hell of a genius when it comes to 3D printing. I wouldn't go that far, but I am getting better at it. And yeah, I did lose my damn chat, you know. That tells you it's time to call it a night probably, right? But not quite yet, but soon here, a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and shut this down and just keep using this chat here. Can't put it up on the screen, so. Like I said, there seems to be a time limit on this thing. I fired up like 10 minutes to 6, and it seems to quit right around 9:30, 9:15, somewhere around there. It might be the universe telling me not to go past 9:15. I don't know. Les said it didn't help getting a heap of cars made. No red hats yet. Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to do the red hats on that too. I'll probably do that before I button it up. I almost forgot about that. Frank says I've used the intermount. Yeah, they're good. I got no issue with them at all. They're real nice. Let's see. Rick said I just ordered 10 packs of Katie couplers today. It was $150 for O scale. Ooh, that's expensive. I thought the HO was bad. I have to put longer Katie's on them. I put the wrong ones on them, so I have to start over. Ooh, that sucks. Frank says upper level seating are all his lawyers. Yeah, there you go. Hey, Tom, you still with us? Cool. He says, you going for another couple hours? I'm not finished with Let Pete yet. No, we're not going to be out here that long, man. I'm going to wrap it up here probably in the next maybe 15 minutes. Let's see, there are tons of cheap parts in the New York PA show. Okay. I'm telling you. You know, I'm so forgetful lately, too. Let me see if down where's that one? Ooh. One intermodal car is over $100 an hour. Yeah, they are. Those O-gauge TTUX trailers are pricey. I'll bet they are. That's the problem. O-scale is crazy. Like I said, I could print. Anybody wants to, just, you got to send me an email and let me know. Talking here, I will forget half the shit I talk about here. So if you wanted something, you asked about it, I will forget about it probably before I get back to the house. Send me an email. Like I said, my email is down below there. And tell me what you want, and I'll get back to you within a few days. Let you know if I can do it, what it'll cost, that sort of thing. And in some cases, I may ask you for dimensions too. Because I'm not real familiar with those scale. So I'm not really sure. I mean, I got the handy-dandy conversion ruler here, which helps, but, you know. But if you want something, say 40 foot, just put 40 foot so I'll know what you're looking for, because I have no idea, you know. So, let's see. Tom, you can't leave her lopsided. Oh, yeah, good one. Twin Peaks. What version of OBS am I running? I believe 29, I think. Could be 30. Let me see. I can tell you here in a minute. About. It is 29.1.3. I believe that's the latest one. And I might be able to bring up the this one here. No. Docs. Chat. No, wait need that one either. That one? Nope, not that one either. I don't know what happened. I can't get chat over here on OBS anymore for some reason. Well, actually, I did undock the other one. Or did I? No, I didn't. I could undock it, though. Pop out. There we go. Now, I just gotta... Go back to that. And open up that. There you go. I had that version in chat was not working while OBS said to go back to version 27. Okay, I could try that. Thanks for that, Thomas. Matter of fact, let me write that down so I don't forget. 27 OBS. It might have something, I don't know. Like I said, it's a third-party chat program, but I don't remember having that problem when I first started this. It could have something to do with OBS. I don't know. I wish they would get this shit figured out, though. And I wish they'd incorporate this into OBS. You know, the overlay chat. I don't know why they don't do it. You know, they've got to have been asked by it, I'm sure. Let's see. Rick says when the NS 911 engine was made by MTH, founded at York for 3. Wow, that's not too bad. All right, Frank, thank you. I'll check that later. I'll tell you, it's just, the prices are just going to get worse and worse. They really are. I don't know what's going to, at some point, it's going to break. It has to. But who knows when that'll be, you know, I mean, we could be looking at total economic destruction here before long. I mean, they're talking some crazy shit with the digital money they want to do, and, you know, the dollar's worthless already anyway. And that's kind of weird. That's kind of stupid, too, when you think about it. You know, I was trying to explain this to my wife the other night, and I said, you know, money is only what we say it's worth. Money actually has no intrinsic value. It really doesn't. If we say a dollar is worth $1, then it's worth $1. If we say it's only worth 25 cents, then it's worth 25 cents. So, I just don't get it, you know. I don't know why we're making such a big shit. It's all fake anyway. We don't have anything backing the money. There's no gold backing on it anymore. Hasn't been since, I don't know how long. It wasn't it Nixon, I think, that did away with the gold standard, I think. So, you know, why we're playing this stupid game is beyond me. You know, if we kept the money that's in this country and said, okay, your dollar bill was worth exactly $1 now. Not worth 10 cents like they're basically telling us, or something to that effect. It's actually worth $1. And it will always be worth $1. But only in this country. If you take this dollar bill and go over to Canada or England or somewhere else, it ain't worth shit. Well, that's fine, because I'm not going to any of them places. You know, I don't care. You know. But that's what we need to do. We need to establish a value of our money and leave it at that. And stop printing more because we don't need more. We need to learn a little bit of responsibility, not we, the politicians. And like I said, instead of giving money willy-nilly to Ukraine, for example, let's have a national vote. It wouldn't cost that much. They could do it on the internet. You know, I think the majority of people, which probably mostly Republicans, but I'm sure a few Democrats too, would say, no, we're not giving the Ukraine any money because it's their problem, not ours. It should be up to us, the people. It's our money, you know, that was forcibly extorted from us by the government. It's still our money. They should not be allowed to piss it away just because they want to. If it were up to me, I said, if you make me president, I would be more than happy to be president for, said, the 3 weeks before they killed me. All right, Rick. Well, thanks a lot for hanging out, man. And I'll see you next week, man. Don't work too hard tomorrow. If it were up to me, I would cut off all foreign aid. Every bit of it. Every penny. Nobody gets nothing. You want money? You better be prepared to sell us something for it. At a value that we feel is worth the effort, you know. Now, we give Israel, I think it's $15 billion a year, something like that. They don't need that money. They have their own money. But we just give it to them because basically we're buying their friendship. Yeah, you're right, Frank. 71. Okay. And it was Nixon's error. Now, if we stop giving these people money, we'll probably find out they're not really our friends. You know, it's like when you inherit a bunch of money, all your friends come out of the woodwork because, you know, you got money and they're hoping to get their hands on some of it. As soon as you say, sorry guys, I ain't giving no money away, they're like, they all hide behind corners again. You know, they're only there for the money. And I think that's what most of the foreign aid is. These people are sucking up to America to get free money. You cut that money off, they'll probably tell us to go pound sand, right? I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm reasonably sure that's what it is. And I'm not saying we should, you know, piss off Israel and say, well, you know, we're not going to help you. They are our ally, and I have no problem with that. But I also need to caution people that we don't, you know, I'm not going to, it's a good story, but I'm not going to get into it, but the big brother syndrome, you know. The little guy goes around pissing off people. Somebody eventually decides to kick his ass. So he runs home, tells Big Brother, hey, beat me up, you got to do something. So Big Brother goes up and kicks the shit out of the guy that beat the hell out of the little guy who started it in the first place. And that's how I see a lot of this shit going down. So if Israel wants to get a bone up its ass, declare nuclear war on Iran, for example, we will automatically, by treaty, be drug into that war. Me personally say, you know, you started it, you finish it, you know. Now, if the Iranians go over there and drop a nuke on Israel, or start an actual war with them, I say, all right, maybe we'll help you out, you know. But we don't need to give them $15 billion a year, whatever the hell it is. It's a lot of money, you know. These people need to buy stuff from us, you know. You want money? What do you got to sell us? You know, we like it, the price is right, we'll buy it off you. But we're not just giving, it's like getting allowance and not having to do any chores for it, you know. Go to your boss tomorrow and say, hey, I need $10,000, write me a check. Your boss can go, hey, right here, buddy, you know what, you're fired too. That's what we should be doing to these foreign nations. We're not giving you any money. Too bad. You know. As I said, it should be up to the people to begin with. And whether we feel we need to help somebody. Otherwise, they're a problem. We throw away, I don't remember what they said, something like, some phenomenal figure. There's almost $1 trillion, I think, every year in foreign aid. We're giving money to everybody. What are we getting for it? They still shit on us, you know. I mean, we know why Biden's giving money to Ukraine, because Ukraine threatened to expose him for all the criminal acts he's done unless he hands them money. I guarantee you that's what it is. Because really, we have no vested interest in protecting the Ukraine. And Ukraine cannot take down Russia. It's just not going to happen. It'd be like North Korea taking down the United States. It ain't going to happen. Korea is a little pissant country with a pissant dictator and no real military. He may have a nuke or two, we would shoot it out of there before it even left his airspace. You know, he cannot hurt us. And that's what Ukraine is to Russia. Ukraine cannot take out Russia. It's just not going to happen, you know. And the only reason Ukraine has gotten this far, because we've been helping them, you know. We gave them a shitload of F-16s. They don't know how to fly them. I don't know why we gave them to them. They can't fly them. Well, supposedly we're not going to fly them, because then we would actually be engaged in war with Russia, which would be really stupid, you know. We're supposed to be doing this by proxy. We're giving them tons of money so they can buy armaments and stuff they shouldn't even have, like cluster bombs, which are basically illegal all over the world. You know. And Zelensky promised, well, I won't use it on my own people, I promise. And you believe that. Zelensky doesn't give a rat's ass about his people. All he cares about is lining his pockets and retaining his power. Guaranteed. You're right, Frank, it would. We have homeless, we have hungry, we have maleducated people, or whatever the word, uneducated people here. We got all our own problems, you know. We can solve them problems, but we need some of that money we're throwing away. It's our money. Nobody asked me, you know. You take my money and give it away to some asshole, and I'm supposed to be okay with that? I am not. Yeah, you're right, John. And it is human trafficking, and you have no idea how bad it is, what they're doing. That's only part of it. It's money laundering, human trafficking, what they're doing to those kids, from what I understand. If you knew the truth, if any of us knew the truth, really, I think we would just be demanding they all be hung. And slowly, and maybe several times, before we actually let them die. You know, seriously. Cluster bombs are impressive. Yes, they are. They do a lot of damage, though, unfortunately, you know. And like I said, you know, we don't need to piss off Russia either, you know. I mean, I don't think that Russia could beat us. I really don't. Well, maybe they can now, because we've thrown out all the real soldiers and brought in a bunch of fucking trans women. Or whatever the hell you want to call them. You know, faggots and everything else. I mean, I could see most of our soldiers running away going, run away, run away! Like Monty Python, you know. But I think, technologically, yes, I think we could kick Russia's ass, maybe. But we don't want to go there, you know. And we say, if there is such a thing as nukes, and I'm really leery about it, you guys may think I'm nuts, but I've done so much research into nuclear bombs, and I can't find any actual proof that they exist the way they claim they do. They do, in fact, exist, but not in a missile system. They're stationary, they're ground-based. You have to literally drag one over someplace and detonate it on the ground. That's my understanding of it. You can't put, like, you know, supposedly Russia has cluster nukes, up to something like 50 nuclear warheads in a missile. I mean, how big are the warheads? This big? You know, the missiles aren't that large. How do you get something that small wipe out such a big area? I don't believe it. I'm sorry. Nobody's ever seen one. You know, we've seen pictures of the one in Hiroshima and Nagasaki and some of the tests, but if you look at them closely, they look like CGI. They don't look real. I could be wrong. Hope I'm not. You know, or I hope I am, rather. No, I hope I'm not. The fact that nobody's used one yet on a mass scale leaves it kind of suspect. But regardless, we don't need to be pissing off a superpower. We got enough problems without having to start a fucking war with somebody over a pissant country like Ukraine. Remember, Ukraine is basically Russia anyway. They all speak Russian over there. You know, they were once part of Russia till they annexed themselves. Putin wants them back. Let him have them. We know why he wants them anyway. He just wants to protect Russia. A lot of guys don't know. NATO, because of Biden once again, Biden wants NATO to put nuclear missiles along the border of Russia and Ukraine. The same thing that we almost went to war over when Kennedy was president with the Cuban Missile Crisis. Remember, the Russians wanted to put nukes in Cuba, 70 miles away from us, and Kennedy said, oh no, you can't do that. We'd be screwed. They'd be here by about the time we knew they launched them, that quick. Russia's saying the same thing. If I let you put nukes along the Russian border, you can destroy Russia in a split second. We'd have no chance to defend ourselves. I don't blame him for what he's doing. Because Trump and several other presidents before him promised him that we would never put nukes on the Ukraine border with Russia. That NATO would not be allowed to take over that area. So what does Biden do? Oh yeah, well we're going to put that stuff right there. Stupid. Beyond stupid. Anyway, it's 10 o'clock, guys. I'm going to wrap it up here. Otherwise, I'll be on here all damn night. I'm sure we all got better things to do. I did one other thing I'm going to do here before we go. I didn't even show the videos. I had 2 videos to show. We'll save for next week. Good night, Frank. Hang on, put up the list real quick. I did modify it. I still don't know what the hell's going on. I have time. I'll let you read it real quick. I don't know what's going on with Vinny. He says he's still going to do the Friday night live streams. I'll see what happens tomorrow. If he goes back up, I'll put him on there. Thomas, I don't know what happened. I didn't see a live stream again last Friday. I don't know if you went on or not. I looked. Couldn't find anything. So let me know what's going on with that, because if you're not doing them, I'll have to take it off the board. But anyway, you pretty much know the routine, so we'll go with that. And before I sign off, I'm just going to thank everybody for hanging out with me all night. What are you doing there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours or whatever. Crazy. Anyway, everybody have a good weekend, and we'll see you again next week, and of course before in some of your live streams as you're doing them. And well, thank you everybody for hanging out with me. Good conversation. So with that, I'm going to put the end screen on, and we'll see y'all next week.